Okay, it says I am live. Let's do, I'm gonna mute. All right. So, looks like I have 0 people in, which is fine. No notifications. Just checking Twitter. I don't think there's a way to do what I want to do. Nope. Okay. I have no idea. Oh, there are 5 of you watching. Okay, cool. Well, then since there are folks here, I will get started. Hello, Jeremy Camp79JZ, co-host of the HIM Radio 360 Workbench podcast. Today, I'm going to be doing what is effectively my first live stream ever. We are currently located in my dining room. And this project has a little bit of pressure on it for 2 reasons. First of all, my wife was kind enough to take herself and the children to go visit my in-laws so that I could have a completely free day to work on assembling this printer. Number 2, she would like the dining room back. I received this as a kit. It's only available as a kit. The printer is an Ultibots D300VS. This kit sells for $999.99. And in my opinion, after having done a lot of research, it's probably one of the best values in 3D printing kits out there, especially for a Delta printer. This printer is huge. It stands a little over 1 meter tall, I believe, or around 1 meter tall when it's fully assembled. And the build volume is also huge. The glass plate is 300 millimeter diameter. This is a Delta style printer. And we have 400 and some millimeters high. Just checking to see if anybody has written any questions. So, a little bit of background is this is my second 3D printer. My first 3D printer is a PrinterBot Pulley, which has served me well. I've done a lot of upgrades to it, a lot of firmware customizations. I learned a lot. The PrinterBot Pulley was a fantastic printer to learn about RepRap style 3D printers. There's a lot to grow into, upgrades, a lot of tweaks that could be made, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to have used that printer. They no longer manufacture the Pulley. They have just replaced it with another small printer that I actually can't remember the name of it. But I will say, if you are in the market for an introductory 3D printer, there are a lot of really good options now. Monoprice has about a $200 small format PLA only printer. PrinterBot has one that's, I guess, since there is the internet, I can go look this up. If you go to printerbot.com, printerbot.com, first of all, this weekend they're having a 15% off everything sale. The printer that they have to replace the Pulley, although the Pulley is still listed, is called the Smalls. And these are assembled. There's also a kit version. The assembled Smalls, about $400, $298 for the kit version. But check those out. One of the things I liked about PrinterBot is the level of support that I had gotten when I ran into issues, and the fact that they make available several upgrades for their printers. So anyway, back to the Ultibots. This I discovered this printer from a single random post on Reddit. I'm not somebody who really follows Reddit, but as I was in the market, if you're a listener of the show, you know I have really talked up the Prusa i3 Mark II. I canceled my order of that printer at the very last minute, literally the day before it shipped, because of some issues I had started seeing online with it that were no doubt due to the increase in volume the Prusa had gone through. I mean, I waited 9 weeks, if I remember correctly. I ordered just before or right after Thanksgiving, and it was the end of January, maybe into February. Yeah, actually into February before it was going to ship. So I ended up canceling that order and you know, started going on the hunt for something else. Now, what I will say is that printer is back on my list of recommendations because pretty much everything that had gone wrong or that I had seen go wrong has been addressed in the new Mark II. I think they call it the Mark IIs now. Some of the cabling things that had happened have been addressed. Some different fittings in the extruder and print head overall. So I actually would still like to pick one up. Ideally, I want 2 printers, and I've decided I'm going to have one Delta, which is the Ultibots, and ultimately I chose it because it was about the same price, and the build volume is just huge. I will say, you can see my kitty cat over here. Hi, Funk. Yeah. I will say that I'm not normally somebody who's very mechanically inclined. This kit is a bit of a stretch for me. I don't generally like working with stuff like this. I get frustrated easy, and I've already had some challenges in putting this together. Now, a couple of other pieces of information. First of all, I would really like to thank a gentleman by the name of Michael Hackney. Michael lives up in Massachusetts, and he is pretty much one of the biggest reasons this printer has started taking off the way it has. Brad Norman, the gentleman who owns Ultibots.com, when he started this, he put the kit out there that he had designed, but there weren't a good set of instructions. You had to kind of figure out how to assemble it by following instructions from several different places. Michael created a Dozuki instruction site, and you can get to it by ultibots.dozuki.com, and basically laid out the entire build process with pictures and whatnot. And I would not be sitting here doing this today were it not for him. I had a chance to also meet him back in March at the Midwest RepRap Festival, and he brought his D300 by. And one of the things I really enjoyed is taking people over to his booth to show them this printer, and people they couldn't believe the value that you got for $9.99 between the size, the quality of components. These corner brackets down here, a lot of people thought these were just ABS, but this is actually, you know, custom milled aluminum corner brackets. So incredible amount of value, a lot of high quality parts. E3D hot end, you have a duet Wi-Fi for the controller. All the extrusions come from open builds. It's really quite an amazing kit. So I had started assembling this about 5 weeks ago, and I only got through like step 9, which actually turned out to be fortuitous because Michael changed some stuff around that step. It didn't functionally matter. It just made the build cleaner. One of the things I really like about Michael is he is very meticulous in his approach to building these things. He's also very well known in the CNC world for their Delta printers. So today, like I said, I've never done this before. I figured it would just be, why not leave a camera running while I'm doing it? I have the Dozuki site up. Like I said, I am on step 9. I really wish, I don't think it'll let me post URLs in the chat, although maybe because I have a crown by my name, it'll let me do it. Yes, it did. So in the chat, I just posted the link to the build guide. You can see. So I'm just going to get going. There are a couple of steps that I will have to step away from the camera from. So I have this hank of orange paracord, which is necessary to serve as kind of a belt tensioner when you get the base assembled, but you have to do it on a flat surface. This is an IKEA dining room table that is not the flattest thing in the world. So I'm going to move over to my kitchen countertops, but the camera can't go there because I'm just streaming on a plugged-in webcam. So for the 8 of you watching, thank you. Your support is greatly appreciated. So basically, a lot of the first steps, and I don't remember, that's the funny thing, a lot of the first steps involved building what are the carriages to move the arms up and down. For those of you who don't know what a Delta printer is, instead of having a print head that moves in X, Y, and Z space, there is a thing called an effector that is suspended by 3 sets of arms, and by manipulating those, they can manipulate how, you know, this thing moves around in a plane in free space. So you assemble basically the rails that will ride up and down. You can see those are mag balls. These are Delrin wheels. The piece itself is 3D printed out of ABS. I had a problem actually with this one. I had stripped one of the mag balls and trying to get into the nut. So if you order this kit, I actually do recommend you pick up another bag of mag balls because it's really easy to strip these out. And they're only like, I don't know, 10, 12 bucks. So the other thing that we had started doing is mounting the steppers onto these beautiful corner brackets, and then these T-nuts have been attached, which are going to be what we use to attach the cross members. So I am going to step 9, attaching base frame cross members. Orient the stepper and corner assemblies as shown, which is with the wiring down. Label them X, Y, and Z, which I have done. Locate the 6 square frame extrusions. Attach 2 of these to the right side of each corner as shown in the photo. Oh, this is a little different. They attach 2 of these on the right side of each corner. The trick to working with T-nuts is to orient them in the slot before attempting assembly. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do in the way the picture shows this, I think I actually have the ability to, I think I can show you my screen. So in theory right now you're seeing what I'm looking at, which is here are the 3 motor mounts, and then here is what we're going to do for the orientation. I should no longer be sharing. Cool, yeah, that is working. All right, so we will start with the X. One of the cool things, and I have no idea how well you can hear me, so I apologize. One of the cool things that Michael has done is he took a lot of feedback as folks were following the guide, and there were certain hints and tricks that people kind of figured out, and he took those annotations and put them in the steps. So for everybody who has followed the guide, most of them have provided feedback about clever tricks, and that's been something I've really appreciated. Now, one of the things that is recommended is, I don't know if you can see this or not. Not very well. There we go. These are ball-ended hex keys, which are one of the things that you want to have. Now, unfortunately, this particular set, the ball end has not been nearly as helpful as I had hoped. Particularly in these steps where you're assembling, your nuts are in the interior here. If you can see those, they weren't as helpful as I had hoped, so I still have to use the right angle and kind of dig around and make slow motions, but whatever. So these are, I have no idea how long these are, but these are the extrusions that we're supposed to start with. And you basically, we orient the T-nuts. This is probably actually easier to do on the table. Orient the T-nuts. Now, some people have been able to build this printer in, let's say, 8 to 10 hours. Because I'm not very good with stuff like this, I think the first time to get this far, the first 9 steps, which is 10% of the entire build, took me, about 5 hours, which is kind of pathetic, I realize. Of course, there are some difficult precision steps in the beginning. Now, going back to the instructions, I don't remember if find that moving the slotted extrusion while keeping the part with the T-nut stationary works best. Snug, but do not tighten the screws. So in other words, they need to be tight enough that the piece isn't going to go anywhere, but they should not be tight. I have never, I've never worked with stuff like this before, T-nuts and whatnot, so this is actually, for me, pretty cool. You can't see what I'm doing. I'm using the right angle side to very sloppily try to tighten these up. See, this is the stuff that just takes me time. And the worst part is because I don't have a lot of, like I said, there's just not a lot of room. And the ball ends, the angles are too dramatic to actually have them be helpful. I actually wish I could have found a set of these that had an even shallower. There we go. That one's just enough. Now the one inside, sorry, an even shorter right angle piece. Now inside is a little bit more tricky because you actually have the sprocket, if you will, or the G2 gear on the end of the stepper extrusion. So what I've done in the past is I'll get the one snug, and then I'll actually, since these are hollow underneath, I'll do it from underneath. This is not ideal. I recognize that. Because ultimately, I'm going to get to a place where I need to get these actually true and snug and square and flat. And that's just a little bit hard to do when I'm supporting it by my hand. It's all wobbling. Yeah, it's snug, not tight. And yeah, the ball angle just won't do anything for me, which is unfortunate. I don't even think the right angle will actually fit in here. There we go. Okay, that's one is snug. Sorry, it is hot in the house, and I'm sitting in a room with lots of windows, and as you can see, the sunlight is coming in. All right, number 2. Yeah, but these are the reasons why stuff that takes other people absolutely no time at all takes me forever. I'm just rubbish with my hands. Also trying to remember if this assembly technique is slightly different from how it used to be. I don't remember if you attached both at the same time. I don't know. You probably can't see that, but notice how there's a lot of opportunity for this to be out of square if you don't do this right. You can see I just let it go. Whee! So I'm going to try to make a reasonable approximation of pulling. Unfortunately, the top ones are a lot easier to work with. Again, just snug, not tight. See, the ball ends work great for these. It wasn't very snug. There we go. So remember, we're only doing the ones. We're only doing the ones that go to the right. So that's one. So I'll slide that guy out of the way. Okay. So that was X. Next, we shall do Y. If you can pre-turn these guys just a little bit to help reduce the amount of snugging you have to do with a wrench, that also helps. The overall printer kit itself is very expertly packed. The box was a lot smaller than I expected. It's very dense. It's very heavy. One other pro tip, if you order one of these, I had to go through quite a bit of drama with UPS to get it. They would not leave it here, despite the fact that I live in a very safe neighborhood where things don't get stolen, and I had gone online and you know, specifically filled out the release waiver to just leave the package, and they ignored it. And they basically told me at the end of the day it's driver's discretion whether or not they follow through with that. But I also believe that's not entirely true, because even though I'd filled something out online that said yes, leave the package, and I had even left instructions to just leave it behind the house, in their systems there was no record of that. So I don't even know why. Those are a little too tight. I don't even know why they have the option for you to authorize leaving a package if nobody is going to follow the instruction or even have access to a record of it. The other thing was I had even held the delivery because it was originally supposed to be delivered on a Wednesday, and it got delayed. Or sorry, I was out of town and I didn't want it arriving and sitting on my porch when I knew I couldn't necessarily come home and get it. So I was very disappointed with the experience overall. For those of you watching, I do want to say thank you. If you are a listener of the Workbench podcast, George and I have had a few conversations about trying to do some live streams of our builds for the build projects, the things like the analyzer and the power meter. I'm curious if anybody watching, if you are a listener, if you would post in the chat on YouTube, let me know. That would be awesome as well. Or tell me where you found out the live stream, either Twitter, the Ultibots Facebook group, or the Ham Radio 360 Facebook group. Tightening things is hard. So oddly enough, not oddly, but Ultibot sells actually pretty much all of the tools that you would need to assemble this. Like one of the things that I ended up buying, even though I have a set of ratcheting crimpers, I went ahead and bought the set that they sell just because it has the correct jaws for connections we have to do later. Thanks, Kenneth. I guess you took your laptop under the couch this weekend. But anyway, I mean, it's another set of ratcheting crimpers, and this entire set of crimpers was going to be cheaper than I could get the jaws for the crimpers I already had. So I bought that. Another thing that I bought from them, which is actually just super cool. Not something most people have in their homes, but this is a set of metric drills from Chicago Latrobe, which is actually a very high-end manufacturer for tools like this. But the Allen keys and screwdrivers and all the normal kind of stuff that somebody should have already. If you don't, they sell all of it, and I very much appreciate that. I will also say another reason why. Again, this entire thing is a stretch for me. I don't normally like building things like this, and for 3D printing, you're looking at the guy that has printed thousands of test, okay, maybe not thousands, but hundreds of test cubes, because having things out of square drives me nuts. Yet I don't really feel that I'm skilled enough to put things in a square. And for a 3D printer, that level of precision assembly is really important. And it's one of those things I just get nervous about. But I have to remind myself that no matter what, it's a kit. There are people who've had to tear things down quite a bit to correct errors, and you know, if they can do it, I can do it. I would also imagine that if this printer came assembled, ignore shipping, because like I said, it's over 1 meter tall. And when you see this base assembled, it's huge. But I bet you it would be a $2,000 printer if it came assembled. Another thing that I really liked about this printer is, so the extruder is a custom design, largely made out of 3D printed parts, which at first I didn't like, because there are things like the E3D Titan and now the Titan Aero. There's the Bondtech extruders, which are really good. And having come from a really nice aluminum custom extruder on the printer bot. That was the one thing I was just kind of concerned about. But Michael, who actually prints working, one of the first prints I ever saw were these working fly fishing reels. And if you were at Midwest Rep Rap Fest, you saw these at his booth. He had tons of them and talked about the process of designing them. You know, he kept trying to find reasons to hate the extruder, but he couldn't. And you know, so that's about as good of a an endorsement as I could think of. Is good enough for Michael, good enough for me. I very much appreciate everything that he has done for not only this printer, but for the hobby. 3D printing, I will also add, is probably the most exciting thing that I have, as far as a capability, the most exciting thing that I have run into in my adult life thus far. The fact that you can sit there, think of an idea, and have a physical representation of it in a very relevant short period of time is incredible. Examples of things that I have, you know, other than making tons of little trinkets for my kids. Thanks, Smitty. The internet's enable all sorts of things. Actually, if you guys, if you want to join, I can. I'm using, this is all in Google Hangouts. I think I can add people. I have no idea how. Let's try this. Yep, and then hilarious. Well, anyway, we can add you guys later. But this is all just in Hangouts. I can't. The one thing I don't seem to be able to do, and Smitty, this is more for you. So I can do a screen share, and I can even get specific on the application. Yeah, that's true. But so in theory, you're seeing my web browser. What I wish is that they would put a little, like a lower thirds box for the camera, but it doesn't. So now I'm not sharing that anymore. That's okay. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, today's the Indy 500. If I were with my wife and kids right now, that's what I would be doing, is sitting on a couch enjoying a cold 1 or 8 and watching the fast cars go fast. Anyway, so in addition to making trinkets for my kids, my primary interest in this was the ability to create custom enclosures for projects, and also solving some other parts. I have a vacuum cleaner that I've actually, there's a little plastic retaining clip that is very common to break, and somebody online actually designed it and made it available to download for free. And so if that happens to me, I'm already good to go. But the ability to accurately put a model together is one thing. The other side that's exciting about 3D printing is the material science, as far as what different materials have the capability of doing. That's what I use OBS for. Yeah, you use OBS. I don't need to learn how to do OBS, because the only thing I'm not getting right now is the lower thirds, and this just worked by pressing buttons. You guys, when you use OBS, seem to have challenges and routing issues, and for my needs, I think this will be good. And it seems that OBS and Hangouts don't play nice trying to share a camera. Yes, I would agree with that. I'm not saying I'm opposed to trying it, but for my purposes today, where I'm mostly wanting people to actually see what I'm doing, this is fine. Okay, so we have successfully completed step 9. Let me move the camera view. Actually, if I were smart, I would do this, and then I would shrinkify this, and that would still give me that. Perfect. All right, step 9, done. Just 80 more to go. No, that's not an exaggeration. So you guys can see what I'm seeing. Share screen. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Okay. Stand by. I'm trying to get screen sizes to be, there we go, relevant. All right, so now you should be seeing the instructions again. Step 10, add T-nuts to the X assembly. All right, so these next 3 steps go by relatively quickly. Actually, it's a good question. When I talk, is there still audio? I don't have my whole, I don't have the whole thingy all, hold on. Windows is hard. Here we go. Yeah, okay, you can still hear me. So when the next 3 steps actually start going pretty quickly, because now what we're doing is adding T-nuts to the individual extrusions. And this step is pretty critical because you're basically putting in the things so other things can mount to the base. Like there's a frame for the controller, and then the clips to hold the base on. And I guess I should have said, we are right now assembling the base of this thing. So we are, all right, I'm back. So it says start with the X, of course. So we have the X. You'll see those aren't very snug. That's okay. They're not flippity flopping, and that's really all that matters. The other thing is all of this stuff, hardware and whatnot, is aluminum, so you really kind of want to be careful about. You really got to be careful about, you know, not stripping stuff. I've got lots of questions. Jeremy needs to learn how to OBS, and it means OBS Hangouts don't play. All right, I'm out. I'll be back later. Good luck. Peace, dude. Yeah, there's still audio whenever. Oh, hey, Jeff. Ooh. All right, so other lesson. Yeah, this stuff is sharp, so I barely touch that, and that's now a nasty cut. So I hope the printer doesn't get the taste of man blood and decide to kill me in my sleep. It's funny, I almost cut the middle finger on that hand off with an axe earlier this year. I saved it, did a good job of it. The doctor actually asked me if I was a medical professional, and I said, no, I just like to make sure that I can keep all my insides on the inside. Jeff, it is good to see you. I hope you are doing well. All right, so Z-axis, T-nuts. I've got 3 on the top rail. That's actually, ooh, I'm really bleeding. This is a good point to point out. So these T-nuts have a raised, you probably can't see that, but there's a raised section on the back, and that is the back. That's the side that goes into the channel. So for the X3, I'm going to have to do something about that. 3 T-nuts on the top. So we got those 3, 1 to the interior, and then on the bottom, 2 to the interior, which you can't see me put these in the interior. Oop, I almost put that one in backwards. You'll just have to take my word for it that I'm doing that, or at least trying to. Okay. Yeah, we'll do something about that. Yeah, that's sharp. That's a not very deep, but a not very nice cut. Actually, I'll be right back. I have Band-Aids right over here. Maybe even some Neosporin. Is there anything big enough? Sterile pads, and of course no gauze tape, because that's just how lucky I am. Hydrocortisone, but no Neosporin. All right, so for now, we're just going to wrap it in a paper towel and put pressure on it. And I will worry about, actually I'm going to irrigate it first. Sorry that I'm off camera. Woo! It stings! Well, fortunately, the step that I'm on now doesn't really require a lot of effort. Yeah, it turned out to be a pretty nasty cut, actually. All right, so Z is done. And we'll move that. Bring in Y. Y, step 11, requires 2 T-nuts on the top, which is happening just out of camera. Seriously, that figures. All right, so 1 T-nut, 2 T-nuts. Now, the sad thing is, I was actually, my wife, again, very kind to give me this time. I was really hoping to get a lot of other projects done, because she actually left relatively early yesterday. I left the house about 10 o'clock. I had to go mail a SPI-verter, which is an HF transverter for RTL, or pretty much most SDR dongle type things like RTLs or air SPIs. I bought a V2 at Dayton, and wanted to send my V1 to Kale, who bought an Air SPI Mini. So I did that, then I ran to the local ham radio shop to pick up actually a second RTL SDR, because a good friend of mine had sent me a really good guide for doing trunked radio systems using 2 receivers, and I want to play with that. Finally, on step 12, the Z-axis, 2 on the top, 2 on the top, 1 on the top interior, and then 2 on the bottom interior. Here's the good news. I had disassembled this because it was assembled upside down previously before the stream started, and I have used the correct number of nuts. This is good. Let's see. Comments. Yeah, there's still audio. Live streamers were injured in the making of this program. It's true. It's blood doesn't make you squeamish. Oh, so you can't even really see it. It's all washed out. It's getting better. Tis but a scratch. You got to stay hydrated. Live streaming is a marathon, not a sprint. All right, so we have now managed to successfully get from step 9 to step 13. This is going to be one of the areas where I unfortunately am probably going to have to step away. Not for this particular step. Let me show you all what I'm looking at. All right, so step 13 is bringing the 3 sides together to make a giant triangle. And the instructions say this step is like stuffing an octopus into a mason jar, which is very good, very good, a good picture. The step is like stuffing an octopus into a mason jar, but we'll try to make it easier for you. The object is to get the T-nuts on all 3 corner brackets to slide into the cross-member slots as uniformly as possible. When I have done this step previously, it actually wasn't that bad, which I was happy about. Lay out the 3 base assemblies on a flat surface. Place the X assembly on your left. So that would be like this. So we'll do a little slideroo here. There's the X, and then the Y is going to, I don't know what those are. Those are parts. The Y will be down here. Hopefully you can see that I don't really have enough table space to be doing this for live streaming purposes. But, all right, so I just realized you're not seeing what I'm seeing. I go back to the camera. All right, so you can see I have the triangle preparing to assemble. Still stings. All right. Lay out the 3 base assemblies on a flat surface, in this case a reasonably flat surface. Again, I'm going to be moving this to my kitchen countertop, which is probably, it's not granite or anything, but it's probably the flattest thing I have in the house. This was a big concern when I was, so I recently built a few drawers to replace some particle board drawers that came in my cabinets, and I made them out of Baltic birch plywood. And during this process, squaring corners up, I mean, literally it's cabinet making type work. And I learned very quickly all the things in my house that are not flat surfaces. Lay out the 3 bays, place the X on your left, the Y on your right, the Z in the middle. Starting with the rails attached to the Z assembly, slide them into the Y assembly. Slide them into the Y assembly until the first 2 T-nuts are just hidden. All right, so basically what they're saying in this step, let's see, if I lift this up, so you'll notice there are the interior towards the bracket and then the exterior. The way this goes is you're going to line these up to just cover the first sets, and then that's about enough, and there's still enough play in them to be able to kind of push it all together at the end. So this is again another testament to the level of detail that Michael Hackney has gone to, because I'm sure there's a reason that you specifically start on this side. Okay, there's one barely started. This part is kind of a bear. There's a lot of physics going on right now. Again, if you are recently joining us, thank you very much for taking time out of your Sunday. Yeah, I'm gonna have to loosen it. I don't know. It's awfully, oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, perfect. All right, ta-da. Starting with the rails on the Z. Okay, repeat this for the other 2 sets of rails and corner bracket to form a loose triangle. Carefully work clockwise around the base, starting with the X assembly. Push each set of rails a centimeter at a time until all the rails. Then gently and carefully start the exposed T-nuts into their slots. Only push them halfway in. Continue working clockwise. A small screwdriver is handy to align the T-nuts with the slot. This step and the next are also a lot easier with 2 people to wiggle. See, I didn't have that much. I didn't have that much of an issue on this. Yeah, it's kind of delicate's not the right word. This is something you got to be patient with. And again, when I look at my failings at doing highly mechanical things, if there's force or effort involved, I will get this like instant rage monster build up inside of me from nowhere. I often don't have patience for mechanical things like this. And I get ultimately frustrated because I'm like, I know a lot of people who have done this, some smarter, some not smarter than me, and it's like, I get frustrated. But given this is a $1,000 precision device, I say patience is warranted. So And I'm the worst live streamer ever. You can't see what I'm actually doing. All right, I've now successfully gotten 2 of them on there. If I'm going to turn the, ooh, well, crud. That's what I get for trying to show you guys what I'm up. All right, the detail of where I'm at in the step. If I rotate this, I don't know if you can see that, but basically what we're trying to do is get, see, now it's actually a little bit more difficult than last time. Got to pull these out, but not too much. There we go, plenty of room. Line that up, or at least try to. Probably need to loosen that half a turn. There's one on the bottom. Silence. That's okay. That one's threaded on too tight. See, the problem with manipulating these, the T-nuts thread on and off, and you know, there's a balance point where half a turn is too tight. Okay. So they talk about moving it a centimeter at a time. This part is not the issue. It's when you start getting into the next sets of T-nuts. I'm going to start by the one that's down here closest to me because I can, and I happen to have a good view of it right now. Of course, all of these things kind of start lining up with one another. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're 2/3 of the way there with the final set of T-nuts to get them started in the track. Why won't this turn? There we go. The answer to that question, of course, is because I really need it to. You know, it's for those of you who've never live streamed before, I would never talk to myself this much doing a project. And any talking I would do would generally involve a selection of choice 4-letter words. All right, what's going on down here? Too tight. Oh. Say it with me, kids. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Unless it's upside down. Okay. I have managed to undo some of the work I had done. There we go. Boom! 400-pound octopus and 800. Let's see, Kenneth, nah, cost be damned to go 400-pound gorilla on it. 400-pound octopus and 850-liter mason jar. What's funny is I would be willing to bet you actually looked up the math to figure that out. You're one of the smart people I know. So, all right, so you can see we have a triangle. And to give you an idea, what's something I could use for scale? Maybe I have a tape measure handy. I mean, it's huge. And of course, the tape measure, which is labeled "Do not remove from kitchen," is not in its usual home. I've got a phone here. This is a regular iPhone 7. So for scale, It is 1, 2, 3, 3.6 iPhones on a side, iPhone 7s. So that gives you an idea of some of the scale. Now, this thing is all cool, but given that this is one of the first critical paralleling steps, I'm going to go ahead and read the next step. This is the thing that I'm not going to be able to take the camera to. I apologize for that. I am the worst live streamer ever. But everything I've learned from Smitty Halibut. So you guys should be seeing these instructions. Okay. So yeah, that was step 13, which we have successfully completed. Actually, I guess technically I'm supposed to snug these up, but I'm not going to do that for a good reason here in a second, because this can actually be carried to its next location. So here it says strapping the base. Once you have all the cross-member extrusions in place, be very careful when moving the base unit around. Oh, that almost implies that I should want to strap the base here, but well, maybe this is flat enough. I don't know. This has been the one step that I've kind of been not dreading, but I mean, for crying out loud, you see a picture, there's rope involved. And I'm not, my friend Ed Bradshaw will tell you, W4EDF, that I am not, I never really got my merit badge in rope handling. He was awesome at it. He was a coastie. He served in the Coast Guard. And that guy could like just tie monkey fists all day long. All right, so once you have all the cross-member extrusions in place, be very careful when moving the base unit around. Man, that really implies that I should just do this here and hope this is flat enough. I mean, as I'm pushing on corners, nothing's rocking. The bottom extrusions are not moving. Maybe I'm just going to do it here. We're going to do it in place. Now you're going to pull together and align the base. Although not difficult, this is a critical step. I would like to point out that on the internet, the phrase "not difficult" means different things to different people. If you tighten the base with a twist or obvious gaps at the end of the cross members, the printer will be difficult to calibrate. Follow these steps and you will not have a problem. Okay, so I'll buy into this, fine. What, I don't know if, so these cross members are 20 millimeters by 20 millimeters square. In the box for the parts, there are some additional extrusions that, let's see, he ties the rope around. There are additional extrusions that are 20 by 40. My guess is this base is probably 20 by 60, and that they just don't make a 20 by 60 extrusion. If they did, squaring this thing up would be a lot easier. Let me go back to the camera. Yeah, if they made a 20 by 60 extrusion, this would be a lot simpler, methinks. I still kind of have the nuts. That's one of the funny things about the instructions. You're going to pull together and align the base. Use a piece of approximately 6 millimeter quarter-inch rope or cord, 2.5 or 8 feet long. Tie a loose loop in one end. See photo, for example. You're going to use this cord as a belt to pull the unit together. You can use a strap clamp if you have one long enough. Wrap the cord around the base as shown and pass the end through the loop, then pull tight to bring everything into alignment. You do not have to make it Superman tight, just make sure everything is snug, then tie off the loose and then the upper cross members as shown. Okay. What's funny is that he actually, I guess this is just getting the rope around. So I have this hank of orange paracord, which I have, because this has dutifully been used to hang, I don't know, I think this might have been used to hang an end fed at a field day one year, and it's nice and organized rope. If I were smart, I would probably cut this to length, but then I would have to cauterize the ends and everything again. So let's now enjoy the calamity of errors that will happen as I try to use, this is probably at least 25 feet, if not 50. So yeah, this should be a lot of fun. I'm going back to the picture. The bleeding has stopped mostly on the finger, which is good. Thank you again. If you are recently tuned in, you are watching Jeremy KF7IJZ build the Ultibots D300VS 3D printer, a Delta-style printer that is about 1 meter tall, and the base is a triangle consisting of about 3.6 iPhones on each side. The link to the build guide is at the top of the chat window if you want to follow along. Since I'm the leader of this thing, I'm allowed to post links. So I will do that again. Feel free to ask any questions as I do this, like what are things, you know, why did I choose this printer, etc. And again, I want to give a very special thanks to Michael Hackney for putting together Rage Strength Type. I have no reason to rage yet. Maybe if it cuts me again. Yeah, seriously, I filleted my finger with an axe last year as I was splitting some firewood in the backyard. I just wasn't paying attention. And fortunately, the blade hit and just skidded down the bone, and that was pretty bad. I had my finger in a splint for like 4 weeks for the flesh to heal. All right. Worst part was I had to take that axe out and put it down. It's my favorite axe, but like I said, it got the taste of man flesh. Once they taste man flesh, you can never trust them. Strapping the base. Look at this guy with his knots. I think I know what that is. Ed, I wish you were online right now to watch what I'm doing and to laugh hysterically. All right, I have successfully made a loop. And this loop does not slip. There's a great iPhone app out there for knot tying. And actually for a while, when Ed introduced me to the art of knot tying, I actually bought, I think he gave me a book. It was like the illustrated guide to knots, and then he turned me on to this app. And for a while, everywhere I'd go, I'd walk around with like a 2-foot hank of paracord in my pocket, and I would just practice tying knots. So I have my loop. And then now we're going to take the comedically long, like I said, this is the part where the rope tangles. Hey, that wasn't too bad. This is ridiculously long for the application, though. I feel like somebody should have been clever and said that's what she said. That's okay. It's a family show. Alrighty. You know that old saying, the right tool for the job? Well, again, an 8-foot section of rope is the right tool for the job. Okay. So that's actually pretty cool. Rage strength. Strapping the base. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, Kenneth, I did not get to connect with Amy and Jerry at Hamvention last week, and I did go back on Sunday. Did not see them. Talked to a lot of other folks. I'm going to name drop you again because she did follow me on Twitter, and I'm going to reach out to ask her for an interview. Strapping the base. Again, once we have all the cross members, okay, wrap the cord around the base as shown. Use this cord as a belt to pull the base unit together while you tighten the screws. Boy, I'll tell you what's going to be hilarious about this is in order to really tighten some of the, well, I guess I can tighten the tops and then I gotta remember, right now the screws are all snuggy. The blanket with sleeves. Tie off the loose end to one of the upper cross members as shown. So he shows that this is like a bowline hitch or something. I was the worst Boy Scout. I was a Boy Scout. My troop was in the area that I grew up in was known as a place to send troublemaking children. Man, I don't know if that's too tight or not. I'll tell you the funny thing about this is really, I'm sitting here debating about if I should actually loosen, now that the base frame, well, see, that's not even tight anymore. Some of these, maybe they should be loosened just a hair. Boy, that's just on the list of things that's not going to happen, Jeremy. At least not this way, it's not. That's not even tight. Because, yeah. Ashley, Book of Knots for life. Even with a long section, a trucker's hitch on a bike would work. Sweet, yeah, Jerry's cool. I used to have a pizza with her Monday nights before she got stupid busy with work. That's awesome. What kind of pizza does she like? And it's funny you bring up the trucker's hitch. The band Ylvis, Y-L-V-I-S, who is famous for What Does the Fox Say, they did a song called Trucker's Hitch. Actually, all of their songs are really good. The production quality is phenomenal. And the way they attach or approach different musical stylings is just fantastic. I celebrate their whole catalog. I'm sure that what I'm doing is counterproductive. I'm de-snugging. But I feel like if you want to get snug, the best way to snug is to de-snug. Well, that's hilarious. Guess what I just found out, boys and girls? I forgot that when I put the pulleys on the end of the steppers, they're not tightened down yet because they have to be aligned. So there actually is a tiny bit more room to get my wrench in. Huzzah. Of course, the worst thing that could possibly happen is not pay attention and you bend the shaft on the stepper. Again, that's what she said. Yeah, so there's enough room to get like 1/8 of a turn on one of these things. If these were shorter, it'd be good. Nowhere in there does it say to do what I'm doing, but I'm sure this makes sense. Probably. I'm a little super snuggy. That's interesting. Actually, I'm going to fast forward because I know this. See, this is taking time, and for aligning the it's funny because even though I've got this snugged up, there's still play in these guys. So that almost implies that I don't have them. Maybe you do need Superman strength to do this, or maybe these cross members aren't precisely the same size. This is one of those things that I am fascinated with precision and whatnot, and how like the things that people do to actually try to get to precision. I realize I could probably let the rope go right now. I don't know. So this is what I'm doing. What is everybody else doing today? Ruh-roh. That's on the list of stuff that's not going to work. Let's go look at this trucker's hitch or whatever it is. Move the base assembly to the flattest, smoothest you can. Well, maybe I will still be moving this. It still shows this crazy. Okay, so that goes like that. I have no idea what knot that is. And here's the other lesson learned. Yes, I'm going to have to cut this cord. That's fine. I've been a cord cutter for a while. All right, so 9 folks watching. I am going to respectfully request that we take a small bio break. Everybody get up, get some refreshment. I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes and go try to find some scissors and a fire maker, and then I'm going to cut this cord because I agree, it makes a lot more sense to try to not pull 20 feet of cord when you're trying to tie a knot. So stay tuned. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Rather than using scissors to cut this, I'm going to use my Scary Sharp. I can't remember if this is an Endura or a Delica. This is a Spyderco. I had this touched up not too long ago. That's another thing, sharpening knives. I'm very fascinated with it. I have some equipment to do it, but I've ruined some decent knives. This mechanical stuff, when I was pulling this, that should be enough. All right. Now, which is the pulley end? Okay. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Wolfgang. Hi, Kenneth. Let's see. Working on a panel meter clock, trying not to let the little acrylic shavings from the front panel get all over the house. Yeah, that's always a pain. There's one of Velleman has one of those kits available that they actually sell at the local Micro Center, which so just not sponsored by them or anything, but Micro Center has really become a very important retailer here in the Cincinnati area. If you are a maker, they carry a ridiculous amount of things. I'm sure that's very healthy to be inhaling. Hot nylon is hot. Well, that's 2 injuries so far on the bill. Okay, that's hardened. The strands are all, ooh, that's still warm. Again, hot nylon is hot. All right. So I want to read these instructions again to make sure I'm not missing something, because I am going to probably take this over the counter after all. Step 14, once you have all the cross member, be very careful moving the base unit around. That warning may be, maybe I should add a note. That warning may be more about bending stuff than it is about keeping things in perfect alignment, because the instruction actually says move the base assembly to the flattest smooth surface you can. So got my cord, and my cord, I'm sure, yeah, it's plenty long enough. Wrap the cord in around the base as shown and pass through the loop, then pull tight to bring everything into alignment. You do not have to make it Superman tight, just make sure everything is snug. Then tie off. Okay, so not Superman tight, but definitely snug. And of course, paracord stretches. Now I got to figure out what. Oh, you were saying later to Kenneth. Okay, cool. So I'm assuming you're watching me while you're working on your clock. Cool. All right, so this comes up and it goes through here. Check. No, that's not right, actually. It comes over the top. See, knots are hard. I'm going to tie this around my finger, which I'm sure is a really smart idea. Okay, up over the first one. Check. So it comes around. So it looks like there are 2 loops. Loop, loop. I've missed a loop somewhere. around. So I don't even understand. Okay, not a second one. I'm going to assume you leave a loop and you come back around. And then goes over that one. Yeah, this is part's boring because I'm trying to figure out how this knot works. Sorry about that. So definitely have that going up. Oh. Okay, so it goes up and around, comes under. No lie, I may be phoning a friend here in a moment. So I've got that. That seems like that's that. But yeah, I know this part's not very fun. I am trying to study this photograph. Up. So up and around. Up and around. I got that loop. That's not helpful. Up and around, come back out. Probably made this a little too long. All right, there. Let's see if there are any comments. Sorry for this part to be so boring. Yeah, Fry's is awesome. When I lived in Seattle, we had a Fry's, and I thought Fry's was very similar to Micro Center, maybe even a little bit better. Because I remember they used to stock oscilloscopes and a lot of test equipment. Like they had, I don't know, like they had an entire like quarter of an aisle dedicated to meters and scopes and power supplies, which I thought was awesome. Yeah, I first discovered this. I was at a funny story. It was Christmas Eve. We were living in DC, and the battery in my wife's MacBook Pro failed catastrophically, to the point that as I unscrewed the bottom of it, a screw launched itself and embedded in the drywall. There was so much pressure. So I replaced the battery. I wanted to get the battery out of the house because they're lithium ion. Technically, they can, still burst into flames. But to actually remove the battery, you had to have a pentalobe screwdriver, or not pentalobe, trilobe, a tri-wing screwdriver, which I did not have. But Micro Center was still open, and I went to go buy that set of screwdrivers, and I was really, that was the first time I looked, and I was like, holy cow, Arduinos and Raspberry Pis and shields and motors and servos, and it's just really cool to see them have the commitment to do that. I mean, pretty much the majority of the parts of my Raspberry Pi cluster came from there. They stock a lot of Adafruit stuff, a lot of stuff from MCM Electronics. So their commitment to our hobby as makers is pretty awesome. I'm still trying to figure this knot out. So it goes over, and then on the under, it goes over. I mean, maybe I'm making this too complicated, which isn't something like that, you know, I wouldn't do that at all. So it's on top of that one. Okay, I'm just going to ask the room. Does anybody know, if you look in the chat, I'm pasting a link. Does anybody know what knot this is? Oh, actually, I just realized one thing I was doing backwards. No, I wasn't. At this point, I've got to imagine there's actually another better place to tie this off, but let's see if anybody in the chat room has correctly identified it. Nope. Anybody in the chat room? We have a new viewer, so I'll post it again. If you know what kind of knot that is, that would be fantastic. Because I can at least then go look up the tying guide for that. I'm going to start. This is ridiculous. See, this is why it takes me forever to build stuff. For all I know, don't think this is what it is, but for lashing the line, if I do a clove hitch with a half hitch on top, all I can say, actually that's not a terrible idea, is cable ties. Yeah, I got around it twice. we're just gonna mangle rope. That's what I got. Just got a text from George KJ6VU talking about our episode we're recording over the weekend. Sorry about that. It's very rude to text during a live stream. All right. Well, I've made some kind of a knot. That's no knot at all, is what I've done. You know, as far as memes go, I feel like this is a nailed it, even though I most certainly have not. I'm just literally making this up as we go along. This rope is probably forever ruined and will never be able to be untied, but, and I'm sure if Michael were watching, he would be just cringing. Oh, poo. There's a kink, which is interesting. There is still a kink. There we go. Oh yeah, I just invented my own knot, and it's a glorious catastrophe. But if the goal is to get the thing tight, I guess I should, I don't know if I should be worried about that or not. All right. The other thing is, I guess I want to make sure this thing isn't so tight that it's bending it out of square. So, I mean, that's pretty tight, I guess. I'm going to undo all this nonsense. What's interesting is, as I put tension, I mean, I just put a whole heap of, well, and then it all just went out. Aligning the base. Once you got it, push all three of the cross members closest to the table flat, then tighten the 6 screws closest to the table as shown in the photo. Remove the cord and flip the unit over. All right, so I'm going to George is brilliant. All right, so I'm moving this thing. The house is a bit of a mess, and you'll see a lot of stuff. I'm gonna go move this and start the tightening process as described on the flat surface. You should still be able to hear me. Okay, so moving it wasn't all that bad. Let me see if I can. I mean, I know I can. What is that? Now you get to see how messy the house is, but that's okay. We have 2 small kids. For those of you with 2 small kids, you should understand. Basically, this is telling me to get it flat and square, tighten it. Push all 3 of the cross, remove the cord, and carefully flip the, okay, tighten. I don't know what tighten means. I don't know if that's a quarter turn or what. You can kind of see this, not very well. Sorry. Let's try this again. So I'm pushing the cord down. I'm going to undo my ungodly mess that I made here that turned into nothing at all, like the knot that was used. So I'm really not above calling Ed for guidance, but we're going to tighten this again. And honestly, what I think I'm going to do, this is actually probably a good idea, maybe. There's a giant hole here. I'm just going to sloppy tie it to a mounting place, actually on the device, or on the frame. Let me get the, oh, that's why that is a terrible idea. Of course, really, it kills me that those are still loose. Maybe I need to move the cord up to the center to do the tightening as opposed to the bottom. I mean, that would stand to reason, would it not? Oh, well, okay, they're less loose, but still loose. That's okay. So I'm following the instructions of pushing down to make sure they're flat. That's actually really hard without having something to hold the tension for you. Stand by 1. I'm going to try another idea using the frame for leverage. So I think this could work. Again, I don't want, I understand the point about not wanting it Superman tight, because you don't want to work the frame while you're doing this, because that could cause just as many problems as anything. So you get more tension in here. Because I would not or what I've done, I would not classify as Superman tight. Can't wait to the part where I find out that this was important, but not nearly as critical as my efforts are continuing to do. So I got it. Yeah, see, now the bottom's loose. So hold on. Earlier, the bottom bars were not loose. What's sad is I really wish I had a second person who could just hold the thing, and then I could say, okay, you hold that while I continue to apply pressure. Because when I'm pulling it tight, these things are not moving too much. I am assured, though, that they are flat. So I'm going to go ahead and start tightening the inner screws. Let's see what this does. Now, I'm only able to tighten half these at a time, sort of. So what I'm calling tight is a quarter turn. I don't know if that's accurate enough, but that's what we're going to call tight. So stop and then quarter turn. All right, I've gotten two on there, and they're flat. Now, I wonder if okay. I'm just getting the screws that are easy to get to right now because there frankly just isn't room. I'm going to have to hang one corner of this thing off the side of the counter every time I go to snug it up. Quarter turn. So I've got 5 nuts are tight. Wait, that's Lucy. Oops. One thing I thought was funny is that Michael was clear to make sure there were no crumbs on the countertop when you do this. I think this is probably the most difficult, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm going to say this is going to be the most difficult step, but in all fairness, I haven't looked through a full build guide, so I probably shouldn't judge too quickly that which I know not about. Tight. Okay. So at this point, I've gotten 6, which is half of them done. I verified the bottom one's flat. I'm going to take the tension of the belt off, and then I'm going to, I have no idea if this will actually work or not, but I'm going to hang one corner off just enough to get the wrenches in to tighten the inner. Fortunately, these were already pretty close to tight. Doing the Y corner currently, and that's tight. No rocking, which is good. The top bars are still loose, which, well, at least two of them are. I mean, you're going to be thousands out, right? I mean, it's not perfect. And honestly, it's just perfect. It really just matters that there is squareness, probably for reference of one of them. I think it's probably unrealistic to believe that you would get them both perfect. Tight. Just checking for play. Okay. Two left. Everything still feels good. And when I flip this over here in a minute, I will probably take the opportunity to just double verify snugginess. Tight. Okay. One more. I was about to comment, my hands are starting to shake, and of course I just realized here it is 10 after 2, so it's well past lunchtime here in the Midwest. I've not eaten lunch, so I might have to grab myself a little snack. All right, so that's done. See if anybody's posted comments. Got to roll out to the burbs for a bit, have fun. Ha, you remove the cable in set 15. Yep, so now I'm on the carefully flip the base over. Push the 3 cross members nearest the table, flat against the table, and tighten the 6 screws as you did in the front step. Now tighten the 6 screws you can reach nearest. Yep. Okay, so basically I flip it and do what I did on the last one. Carefully flip. Although, what I don't know is if I'm expected to, that's okay. Carefully flipping. Carefully flipping. All right. Carefully flipping. Oh, see, all right, here we go already. I have rocking. So what that means, Well, I don't know what that means. It means the corner bracket may not be straight. I'm going to try tightening these as originally suggested, and we'll see what happens. This is, again, one of the most critical steps and one of the most difficult. Well, I see the problem. So yeah, they're not, it's rocking. But I think I know the problem. It's funny because I almost implies that this bracket is not square. Based on what I'm feeling, I should have this rocking problem on both sides. So I'm going to flip it back over. All right, we're going to, because it does seem like the issue is just with this, the X corner. I mean, I can feel that it's canted. Ooh, I really tightened it. Of course, that's what the instructions said to do, so can't fault me for that. But I can definitely tell that this thing's out of square. This corner is at least. Oh, and I've got this one loose. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Again, it was very easy to see what the problem was with this bar. Fortunately, it seems to only be one of them. Because you can feel, I mean, with it flat, doing it on a flat surface, you can definitely feel the tightness. Or sorry, the flatness, like it being square with the bottom. So, yeah, that fixed it. So again, when you first flip it over, it's probably a pretty good idea to feel for flushness. And that squared me away. Now, because the other two were plainly flush, and a quarter turn tight. Okay, if I slide this off now, those are perfectly flush, and I should be able to just tighten the inner ones now. Of course, the other thing is, for all I know, the torque that I put on it made it go out of flush. So since I am about to, okay, nothing, cool. Again, carefully flip it over. I'm going to keep that problem corner near me, just so I'm aware. When you feel this flipped over, you can feel that the bars and everything are flush with the other side, which is very nice. Yeah, these are all tightened up very well. Now, no rocking. Perfect. This actually is turning out to not be that bad. I definitely see a light at the end of this tunnel. Now we're going to tighten the outer screws, which I think it says to do the inners first, but it's hard. By the way, for those of you who are either just joining or have recently joined, I've had to move over to my countertop for this step, which requires a flat surface. The table I was working on was not adequately flat. I want to thank you for spending some time with me here on Sunday as I assemble the Ultibots D300VS printer, available at ultibots.com. This is a large format Delta style printer. The build base is the 300 millimeters in diameter, and I think peak build is like 435 millimeters tall. Of course, that's not I think the largest cylinder you could print is 300 by 380 or 350, which is huge. Considering I'm moving from a printer whose print volume is 8 inches by 4 inches by 5 inches, that's huge. Part of the reason that I'm here is actually because of my daughter. I couldn't print. She was Hermione Granger for Halloween last year, and I was unable to print her an adequately large wand. And so with this printer, I'll be able to print a full-size one. So we're still just gently tightening. I'm taking a little bit different approach. Probably should have done this on the first, but like anything else, you don't tighten everything in one corner at the same time. You go, you know, have in a motion. So that's what I'm doing. Again, making sure everything is nice and flush. No rocking. It's one of, you know, it's like they say, if you understand it, it's easy. And now that I've gone hands-on with this and kind of get the I get the steps. This really is not too bad. I put way more effort into stressing about this than I needed to. Okay, I've got 3 of the 12 screws tight on this side. Now I'm going to go do the other ones. Okay, that one, and this one. My dog is in the living room on the couch asleep. I can hear him kind of snoring. It's a good day for that. It's a little, looks like it could storm at any minute. I don't know if that's in the forecast or not. It's very muggy out, I can tell you that. Still no rocking in the free world or otherwise. That's 5 of 12 done. So another, for those of you who are familiar with 3D printers, this is a direct extrusion printer, which obviously you don't see that a lot in Deltas because that's quite a bit of weight hanging off the effector, which in this case is all mag balls. The thing that's interesting though is if some folks have already successfully printed out a mount to get the new Titan Aero on here. Not much of a weight savings. In fact, actually, I think the Titan Aero is slightly heavier than an E3D V6 and a Titan. However, if you get that on, you save something crazy like 50 millimeters of height to not have the hot end hang below. So if you do that, you end up gaining an extra 50 millimeters of build height. And that's 50 millimeters everywhere. So I have seen folks have mounted it on this printer, but they had not created mounts that would allow you to put the part cooling fans on. But I saw somebody had just designed an effector print for a console that uses the tight narrow, and you know, it's pretty exciting. Making sure, I think I've done them all. No rocking, which is awesome. I don't know if I have one left, or I may have already done this one. And I gotta do the, yeah, okay. I just gotta do the inners now. Okay, I've got a little bit of torque in one. I'm gonna loosen, and actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm getting frustrated. That's part of the reason I sweat. When I work on things that frustrate me, I forget to breathe. So let me check the chat room. Seven still watching. God bless you all. Yeah. Let me. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Maybe there was a spot because it's not rocking, and everything feels nice and flush. Actually, if it is, it's this side right here, which is only one screw tight, so I am going to loosen it. Try to reposition it. There must be something. There must be something on the counter, because, or the counter's not really as flat as I think it is. So I push down there, I don't get anything. If I do it here, I get a. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Everything feels nice and flush. Weird. So there's something in the counter, not flat. Because if I move it over here, there's nothing. And it feels flat. So I'm going to assume, I mean, we'll find out, won't we? I don't like making assumptions, but we'll find out. And as soon as we get this step finished, I am nothing. Yeah. Must be a high spot there or something. I'm really sorry this is taking so long. Fortunately, I think things speed up a little from here. Although if you think this is taking a long time, you should have seen me when I was installing the mag ball arms in the carriages. Whew. Especially considering I was sure I had assembled one correctly and it wasn't working as expected, but the instructions ended up being right, which really should have been a surprise to me. Okay, still flat. I've already done all 3 corners and I just don't realize it. Could be. I think so, actually. Nope, I haven't. Last 2 screws. Now just tighten, quarter turn. Okay, last screw. All right. Flat. Alrighty, this is good. Re-aim the camera. I think that's probably about. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Is my face still in there? Unfortunately, only if I get close. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take another little break here. I am going to bring the base back over and set it on the table here. Well, actually, I guess I should see what the next instruction is, huh? Preparing the top corner brackets. Yeah, this is where we're going to start installing pulleys and such. So here's what comes next. Step 16 of 90. So for those of you keeping track at home, I've been at this 2 hours. I've managed to progress from step, I don't know, 5 or 7 to step 16. Very slow at this. But hey, it's progress. So I will leave the camera open. I am going to step away for a moment and let some of the frustration wash out and grab myself a bite to eat, because that's the other thing too. I can tell I am getting low blood sugar, and that does not help frustration. Actually, I'm not going to move the base back. I don't think we need it. The boxes of parts, there's a lot in them. I guess I should find the next set of corner brackets, which I presume are these guys for the top.
I'm not sure.
Oh, geez. Alexa just scared the ever-living piss out of me.
Should I add a station for every living soul to your iHeartRadio account?
No. Oh, technology. All right, so yeah, when we get back, at least can go ahead and unwrap these guys. These pieces, other than, you know, in addition to being deadly with really sharp corners, are very nicely made. I mean, the value in this kit for $1,000 is ridiculous. But here is one of the top corner brackets that we'll be working with next. Here's where we mount the pulleys, and obviously we put more T-nuts in for the top rail slots. If you are in the market for a 3D printer at about $1,000, the two I recommend are this and the Prusa i3 Mark II, which again, my goal is, since I have basically done all I want to do to my PrinterBot Play, the goal is to sell it. I do feel that if you have one 3D printer, having a second one's always good so that you can print replacement parts. The Play is all I've had for a very long time, and on the Play, there's a sensor that comes down to the metal bed, and there's a little sensor that's inductive, and that's the bed leveling sensor. And on the PrinterBot, in their print head design, the bracket that holds that on is a 3D printed part. It was made out of PLA. And during my process of upgrading the bed from the 4x4 bed to the 8x4 bed, that bracket cracked. And so I didn't have a way to print another one. It was over the weekend. I have several friends who have printers, but I couldn't get a hold of them. And so I ended up having to duct tape that sensor on, which didn't work. So I ended up having to basically level the bed manually and print a second one out that would get me through to the point where I could print a third one out that was printed more accurately. So it's not ideal. Having another printer that can print parts for a printer that's down is invaluable. It's also sometimes, depending on how much you print, it's just nice to be able to print two things at the same time. Now, one thing that is a huge benefit of these Deltas is they can go pretty fast, like easily, I think, 100 millimeters per second. So this is interesting. This one is not flat. It's, well, at least not on this table. If I turn it over, there, now it's nice and flat. All right. Thanks again for people who are joining me. Give me a few minutes. I am going to step away, and we'll be back. This is Jeremy K of 7IJZ from the Ham Radio 360 Workbench Podcast. It's backwards on my screen. I don't know if it's backwards on yours. Okay. 6 people. Thank you. Oh, it's not backwards for you guys. That's good. I'm going to freshen my water and grab a plate of food. Please take this opportunity to enjoy some refreshment for yourself. All right, so 8 people. I'm back. You're gonna watch me eat, sort of, but I'm gonna pontificate because there is a there's a Twitter account called Internet of Shit that I really enjoy that talks about focuses on how crazy our connected world is. You know, like people having smart door locks and becoming reliant on the phone app, and then they get home, powers out, and they don't have their keys with them. Stupid problems like that. Well, this is Papa John's Pizza, and Papa John's is not really my favorite by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, for me, Papa John's is almost pizza of last resort. Part of that's the fact that early in my career, when I worked in Louisville, Kentucky, which was the home city of Papa John's, it was often the late night dinner offering. The reason this is here is because of a stupid internet problem. So there's a local chain here that I really enjoy. They have a website with online ordering, and their website has deals that are exclusive to the website. Last night I was trying to place an order. I got everything in the cart, got everything customized, and tried to go through the checkout process about 10 times. And there were 2 services. They have a final pricing service that the order goes through before final total. And then there's a payment handler where obviously they're validating the card, and then for the final actual checkout process, they actually process the card. So last night they were having service issues because the front end of the website was fine, adding things to the cart was working fine, their menu was working fine. But during checkout, I tried over the span of half an hour to order a pizza online. And when I called, I just finally gave up. I didn't want this. I was pretty sick last night. I finally gave up and I called the place and I said, I want these deals. I said, we're sorry, sir, those are only available online. And I said, well, your website isn't letting me check out. And he said, there's nothing I can do. And their pizza's rather expensive if you don't get the deals. And it just seemed ridiculous to me that the internet prevented me. I mean, they lost out on a sale. So there is something to be said for uptime. I've lost 3 viewers since I've started eating. That's good. All right, so let's have a look at the next step in the process. Preparing the top corner brackets. Gather parts for this step. The 3 top corner brackets from box B, the 24 low profile something head screws, and 24 T-nuts from the frame hardware bag. Okay, so while I'm sitting here eating, T-nuts. Another thing I really like, that's just a nice touch, it's probably too bright. So there are a lot of bags, and the bags, they have a lot of, things aren't in individual bags all the time, but when they have a group of parts, they at least label what comes in here, and so it makes it a little bit easier to find things. This bag is labeled the D300V slot frame hardware. Hello, Finn. This is Finn. Finn likes pizza. Finn wants pizza. Finn can't have pizza. There's onions on it, buddy. Sorry. I still love you. Mm-hmm. You're a sweet boy. Go lay down. Come on, go lay down. Then, the problem is when we were younger, before my wife and I were married, he was my wife's dog. And before we had kids and we were still young, we were very bad about feeding him. So we never really broke him of being a dog that begged. So, lesson learned. Apparently you shouldn't start a foodie channel then. Thank you. Good news is I've gotten viewers back. I don't know if it's old viewers coming back or... So anyway, it is nice that they do have the individual hardware bags. Now in this particular case, I need a lot of hardware, so we're just going to dump stuff out. I'll start with T-nuts. Well, I guess I can do both. I don't need these the pan head screws. 2, 4, 6, 7. Now, one thing I will say, as great as this kit is, as amazing as Brad is, which, by the way, before I ordered this, I sent Brad an email with a list of a few questions. And Brad replied back in about 10 minutes. He said, hey, I've got a 45-minute drive. He said, call me. And he sent me his actual honest-to-God phone number. And we talked and talked and talked, and we talked about ideas, and he gave me a little bit of background about how this printer came to be, and he answered questions, and it was, like I said, it's a custom extruder design, and he wasn't offended at all that I was asking questions about that. And I just could not believe the amount of time that he took to do this. Brad is somebody who this is not his first job. This is a side business because he's passionate about it. And like I said, he's been selling various rep kits for a while. I think he used to sell Mendelmaxes. I don't know that he ever sold i3s. And then he had Kossel 250s before this, and this is basically a kind of an upgrade to that. So again, I can't say enough good things about him. If you're in the market for a printer, again, he's not a sponsor or anything. Papa John's is terrible. I can attest to that. Man, you ain't kidding. Although, so this is Papa's favorite. which is like a fancy cheese blend, pepperoni, sausage, and I added onions to it. It's not bad. I'm eating it cold. The breadsticks. Actually, one thing I have that I love, it's like a spicy, you can't really see it, it's blown out on the monitor, but I have this little cheese cup. It's like a spicy nacho cheese, and it's really good. Not something you would ever think to put on pizza, but it's really good. Thank you for indulging me to eat lunch. I am a lot less grumpy now. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's half the tea nuts. Actually, I'm looking at this bag. I'm willing to bet that the remainder of the tea nuts are for this assembly step. Both the ones that attach it and then the ones that go in the corners. So if you are watching, well, I'm kind of, you know, So one thing that sucks about being in here, if you drop a part, there's a good chance it's going to take a while to find it. But I don't know, tell me what you guys are working on. What are you guys doing this lazy Sunday? What projects have you been working on? Are any of you amateurs? And if you are, did you attend Hamvention last weekend? I posted this in our podcast channel, in the Ultibots channel, and on Twitter. So not really sure who all is watching or where you're from. Some of you may just be my subscribers, which I've been very derelict in my duties as a YouTube host. I noticed I'm up to 8,000 subscribers, which the last time I looked at it, I was about 3,000. And I assume a lot of this is due to my Raspberry Pi videos, which if you are here because you're one of my Raspberry Pi or one of my YouTube channel subscribers, my Raspberry Pi 3 cluster is now running completely without SD cards. One is booting off of a USB-M SATA drive, and all the rest are net booting, which is pretty awesome. And actually, Kenneth, who's in the channel, I owe a huge thank you to for unlocking the one little trivial piece of information I needed to get net booting working for all 7 network machines. So it wouldn't have been possible without him in a reasonable time frame. Kenneth Finnegan, you make me better. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. $20, 22, and 24 T-nuts. Now I need just as many screws. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Michael, hello. I have been complimenting you left, right, and center for developing this build guide. I don't have a way to put the notes down. I couldn't figure out how to tie off. Have you been watching for a while? Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to really tie off the rope. Yeah. Folks, that's the Michael Hagney I've been referring to, who wrote the guide, without which none of this would be possible. Yeah, so the rope, if you could put the name of the knot you used, because I wasn't able to figure it out by looking at the picture, and Googling didn't help me much either, so that would be a suggestion for that guide. Also, the leveling was much less of a to-do than I had made it out to be in my mind. I also learned that my Formica countertop, or whatever laminate they use these days, it wasn't as completely flat everywhere as I thought it was. Simple half hitch. Well, the next time I build one, I'll remember. I've got 6 screws, 8, 10, 12. Now this is practically the rest of the hardware in the bag. 14, 16, 18, 20. So that's one more piece of feedback, is for some of these things, this is one thing that Joe Pruscia does if you buy an i3 kit. He actually gives you a couple pieces of extra hardware for every major step. And I kind of wish, and this is something that the folks in Ultibots would do. I'm not talking a lot, just for everything like this, maybe a couple of extra T-nuts, a couple of extra screws. The only reason I've needed it were the mag ball arms, which again, I ruined. Michael actually was there in real time with me to help try to figure that out. And finally realized, even though the nut was aligned in a, I don't know if you'll be able to see this. So you see the mag balls. One of the steps is there are these two little tiny holes, yeah, underneath the mag balls that you probably can't see, but you have to slide a nut in those. And it's not as easy as you would think. And what ended up happening is I thought I had it perfectly aligned. I used the screwdriver method and everything that was discussed. And the long and short of it was I ended up stripping out the threads on the mag ball and also stripping out this. So I had to rob a mag ball that will be used for the effector later and realized that that wasn't positioned right, even though it seemed like it was. And then I ultimately have you know, ordered a second bag of them. Again, $10, but if I had one or two extra in the kit. There is extra hardware, but not for each step. Oh, there are. Well, if I find out there are extra mag balls, I'm going to laugh. But that's okay. I have extras. My doggy is still sitting here wanting pizza. Here, you can have crust. Sit. No, you are sitting. Yeah, sit. 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 Bye. Worst dog owner ever. That's all you get. Some cool T-nuts you can put in the slot in case you forget. Yeah, so that's actually, that was another thing that we talked about as well. So obviously, if you saw how the bottom frame gets assembled, once the corners are all tightened, the brackets are tightened, obviously the interiors of the T-slot are captive. You can't slide things in and out. Apparently, there are special T-nuts that you can use for people who might have forgotten. And that's why it's really critical to pay attention to how many nuts are needed before you assemble that thing. So I've got my 24 nuts and my screws. All right, I am on step 16. Gather parts of the step, the 3 top corner brackets, and then 24, got those. Label the brackets X, Y, and Z with masking tape. The hole in the bracket crosspiece is the mounting location for the idler pulley and must face downward as in the photo. So I will show this because it's a subtle thing. Oh, it's not really that subtle. When you look at it, it's pretty clear. So you'll see that on these cross pieces, these are directional, basically. You'll see that the hole must be shown in the bottom. And there's the hole on the bottom. So, oddly enough, this roll of blue tape is the tape I use for my Printerbots bed. The other thing I learned about blue tape is this stuff gets super gummy if you just leave it out in air. This tape roll is now 1.5 years old. And yeah, super gummy, super sticky. But what are you going to do? I'm going to rip off some pieces. I'll save that one for later. Nope, you don't want that. Now, Michael, what I've noticed, special green tape. I've never used green tape to print with. Actually, I'm excited. That another feature of this printer I didn't mention. There is, I don't think it's standard, but there is a PEI sheet that's actually really thick, PEI, that covers the bed. Otherwise, it's just you know, a big slab of, okay, not a slab, a big plate of the borosilicate glass. Y and Z. All right. So attach 8 T-nuts with low profile socket head screws to each corner of the bracket as shown. So basically, yeah. Well, actually, I guess I should look, because it's not going to be what I expected. Or is it? Attach 8 T-nuts and low pro to each corner bracket. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it is really worth getting. Michael, have you run into any issues doing PET-G on the PEI? Because I know that one of the things that was nice about the Prussian printers is they have a PET-G on top of FR4, but I do know that PET-G they have PEI on top of the FR4, but I know people have reported that PET-G sticks to it like none other. This, if you're building with your kids, is a great job for them because it's quite tedious. It's literally put a screw on, take a T-nut, which you can't see very well. The extended part should face outward, just like previously. Generally, 2 full revolutions is adequate, and will leave you enough room to slot the T-track on. Be a little patient because you don't want to cross-thread these. Michael says, I print PET-G on PEI all the time. If your bed is too hot, it will stick, but at 60 C, it's fine. So again, I met Michael at the Midwest Rep Fest, and he brought with him 4 printers. He brought, if I remember correctly, 2 CME CNC printers that he had done a ton of upgrades to, Bondtech extruders, etc. And then he brought the D300, and he brought the Prusa. And I can say again, if it weren't for the work that he has done, I would not be sitting here doing this right now. He is a wealth of information and highly participatory. I should call that out. Another thing that's cool about this is there's both a Yahoo group, or sorry, no, not a Yahoo group. No, who uses those anymore? There's a Facebook group called Ultibots that there are a lot of very active people on there who have been instrumental in troubleshooting build issues, getting things up and running with your favorite slicing software, troubleshooting print issues, etc. It's been a fantastic community, and to be perfectly honest with you, I know our Ham Radio 360 listeners participate on Facebook. Twitter is more my beat for the podcast. If it weren't for the Ultibots group and the Ham Radio 360 groups, I would have left Facebook a long time ago. Sorry, he brought 1 CME CNC Rostock B3 and then a K250, which is, like I said, they still offer kits for, but why would you buy one of those when you can buy this? Unless you need a smaller printer. But another thing that's really cool, and this is one of the things that I really like about Brad and Ultibots in general, Michael, again, being a very early adopter and one of the biggest cheerleaders of this printer when it first hit the scene, was responsible for several improvements to the kit overall. For instance, eliminating simplicity and weight by applying a heat sink to the extruder stepper and relying on the airflow going over the hot end to cool it rather than having a separate fan. Oh, by the way, this printer is scary quiet, like assassin quiet. The other reason that I know this printer will hold up is because you know, taking 4 printers across country, you would worry about some things getting out of alignment. And you know, he fired it up. There was an issue. The hot end had gotten clogged, which obviously would have nothing to do with transporting it. But he fired the printer up, didn't bother checking or measuring anything, and then started printing out more fly fishing reels. And it was incredible. Yeah. Well, they are assassin quiet. I mean, I don't know. You weren't here earlier, but I on one of the corner pieces, I nicked my finger because the corners are sharp, and I made the comment that I was afraid the printer now tasted man blood. And they are quiet enough that it could sneak up on you in your sleep and kill you. But yeah, so there are a few things that the community and Michael have done to provide feedback to Ultibots that have impacted the kits, and I mean, like that's really cool. Like I said, Brad is just passionate about this stuff and is trying to give the best experience that you can get for the money. And this is a printer to own, period. So the next question I have, Michael, since you're here, I've been out of the loop for a little while due to a bunch of stuff going on, but I believe I saw somebody had successfully mounted a Titan Aero to a K250 with cooling fans, with part cooling fans. Am I correct? Collateral damage, yes. 3D printing is serious business. It's a dangerous game. You know, another thing that I will say is if you are super into 3D printing, even if you're not really, if you're into nerdy, geeky stuff, attending Midwest RepRap Fest was honestly one of the best events I've ever gone to as far as the openness, the community, the way people interacted with one another, the way that people were troubleshooting, and the way that people were making and trying to push the envelope. People were showing things off. There were talks. Michael says, yes, they did regarding the Titan Aero, and I'm doing it on one of my D300s this weekend. Supply bandages and alcohol wipes with the kit on your own after that. So are you using the same model that he used to print? Like, are the effectors on the K250 and the D300 the same? Sorry, I'm eating and jumping around. I'm not making very compelling content right now. And I'm sure it's all kinds of fun to watch a guy just screw T-nuts on. The effectors are the same. Awesome. Well, my guess is if there are any issues with the model, I would fully expect to see you having that corrected by Tuesday since it's a long weekend. Another thing that's awesome is that, let's see, and I'm using the effector someone designed. It has lots of support, but prints beautifully. Have you posted a link to that in the Facebook group? People pay a lot of money on the internet to watch each other guys screw nuts. Thanks, Kenneth. my favorite part of this step so far is that I have the exact right number of parts. None left over, and I'm not missing anything. You know, as I was heating my food up, I realized, let's see, the effectors are the same, and I'm using the effector someone designed. It has lots of swirl, but prints beautifully. Carbon fiber, PET G, atomic. Wow, that sounds fancy. So the other thing I've come to realize, it's really weird that I can feel our air conditioning unit vibrating the floor in here because it's not very close. But I now have not only taken over the dining room table, I have also taken over the main kitchen counter. So if I don't get this cleaned up, that's going to be double sins. My wife and children will be returning tonight. She told me she was going to wait until the kids' bedtime before departing, which for my 1.5-year-old son is about 7 o'clock. Hopefully it's about a 2.5-hour drive. So hopefully the kids will be well asleep and will go straight to bed when they get home. Because again, a normal person can assemble this printer in 12 hours or less. Me, it's going to take like another 3 days. All right, huzzah, that step is complete. Yay, 17 of 90. This looks familiar. Attaching, let's forget, I like to bring you guys along when I'm reading instructions. Attaching the top frame cross members. Looks familiar? Locate the rectangular frame extrusions. Attach one extrusion to the right side of each blah, blah, blah. Orient the T-nuts before attempting assembly. Yep. Snug, but do not over-tighten. Finn, you need to go. Go on. Go on. You're about to be in the way. Actually, I should... All right. You know, when you can find the start of the shrink wrap, it is the easiest thing in the world to remove. Anyway, I started a train of thought earlier. I did not finish. About Midwest Rep Rap Festival. It won't. This was the 5th year. It was my first time attending. The coworker that I have that got me into 3D printing last year brought it up about us going, but it wouldn't work out for either of our schedules. And it's basically a 2-day event in Goshen, Indiana, hosted by CNC. And this year, there were over 1,000 attendees, but there were a lot of really high-profile YouTubers there, like Joel Telling was there, Joe Prusha was there, and actually, as I was checking out on Sunday, sorry, the setup is Friday night, but people can come hang out. On Saturday and then Sunday is the main event. And I didn't realize that he was in my hotel until I was leaving on Sunday. I had to leave early. I couldn't go back. But I ended up having an incredibly nice conversation with him. I had shared with him some concerns that had kept me or made me cancel my order. And he, basically was like, yeah, he's like, that's part of the thing when you scale up is when you're building X number of printers a day and shipping them out and you're dating things that might have just been a glitch start to, increase in numbers. And, again, pretty much all that stuff was addressed by the Mark IIs, which was awesome to see them basically do an update in the middle. I think that's good. I know some people got upset because they're like, I shouldn't have to pay for those upgrades. But it's relatively inexpensive. The shipping is what kills you. I wonder if in the long run he's going to look at getting a U.S. distributor. But, sorry, my mouth is full. Anyway, Brooke Drum from Printerbot was there. Obviously, the whole crew for Steamy CNC, including their Gigantor bot. I think they call it the Parts Daddy, but it's like, I don't know, 15, 20 feet tall. It's huge as far as 3D printers go. Honey, you're not getting any. This is mine, I'm sorry. The crew from E3D was there. Technically, they launched the Titan Aero at Midwest Rep Rack Fest. This whole thing is a like a county fairground. And actually, while I was at Hamvention this weekend, I have a friend who lives up there in Elkhart, and he's actually on the board of directors for that fairground. And he was telling me that it's huge, and he's been going to Midwest Rep Rap Fest as long as they've been having it. And he had to miss it this year, though, because of some family obligations. But he told me that if it were to explode, they have plenty of room to move into, which is awesome. Google bought everybody tacos last year. A gentleman by the name of James that I befriended while I was there, who was hanging out with Michael, and I went to go get wings instead because the boy just wanted wings. And when a man wants wings, you just get wings. But everybody was hanging out. There were so many ideas being shared. There was a lot of cool stuff going on for young folks. And it just, the atmosphere of creativity and a genuine desire to share knowledge, and it was embodied everything that I love about this. I hate to sound glib and say making culture, but that's what it is. Everything that I love about this open source sharing kind of deal, like it's incredible to see the work that people have done, the things they've created, and made available, you know, the knowledge for free. I'm actually kind of surprised. Cheese on my arm. I guess I should probably move my food out of the way and actually concentrate on the work, huh? Especially considering these aren't going on as easy as the last tracks. And I know for not why. Oh, T-nuts. There we go. By the way, Mr. Hackney, knowing you the short time that I have, but understanding how much pride and quality you put into your work, I'm almost a little disappointed that you don't actually put torque measurements and to identify what you mean by snug versus tight. For tight, I used a quarter turn. For snug, I used basically tool finger snug. But yeah, so if you have any interest in 3D printing, I can't recommend Midwest Rep Rap Fest enough, especially given the price. It's free. You just have to pay for your room and board and your travel. Again, I feel like next year, I mean, it's grown in size, like I forget the word. Math is hard. But it's grown in size considerably every year, and I think that we're only a year or two away from hitting critical mass. I really enjoy it. It's part of the reason I love Dayton. Since the first time I started attending Dayton, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, whenever it was, the ability to have quality conversations with like-minded folks, or to talk to vendors and manufacturers about why they did certain things the way they did, or give them direct feedback about opportunities for improvement. Pizza Thief is here. Yeah, he's a friend. I haven't, but someone else has. I forgot. Oh, somebody else has put the measurements in like inch pounds or something, or Newton meters. I forgot what I was saying. I wish you guys could actually just talk. YouTube. I bet you're actually not here just for pizza. I think somebody is making PPIs. One other thing that I commented, I doubt they make it, but I'm guessing on the bottom, this whole thing of putting them together and keeping them square would have been easier if they made a 20 by 60 extrusion. No Loctite is, well, I don't know if it's needed or not. No Loctite is indicated in the build instructions. Michael has carried his printer across country at least twice and runs his pretty much constantly. So he would be able to speak to whether or not Loctite is advised. I hope not. Let me do one more. I'll take you out. By the way, I just got this camera yesterday. Apparently, it's a 4-year-old HD HD webcam. It's very popular with the online entertainers. You know, I've got a really high-end audio setup for the podcast, so I don't know how good the audio is. Purple Loctite for life. It won't hurt, he says, but not necessary, because I am not taking this effing thing apart at this point. After all the angst I have about the rope, just not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. On the stepper pulleys, it is a good idea. Well, thankfully, we haven't tightened the stepper pulleys yet. All we have done is attach them. They are still loose. This puppy needs to go potty. God love ball-ended. See, when you can actually reach the thing, they make sense. They help. No red Loctite. You will need a torch to adjust. What's purple Loctite? Harder to remove than blue, but not ultra permanent like red. All right, I know I've had some more people join. I'm going to step away to run Finn out. His name is Finn. And let him go do his business. Be back in about 5 minutes. Good time for a bio break, etc. Again, I'm Jeremy KF7IJZ with the Ham Radio 360 Workbench podcast, and you are here with me today as I am assembling the sorry, there's a wasp flying outside my window, and I very much hate wasps and other stinging insects. You're watching me build the Ultibots D300VS, which I've been replying as the SV. But stay tuned. I'll be right back. Come on, Finn. Outside. Let's go. Outside. Outside. No, Finn. No. He thinks he can be fast. Fortunately, wasn't within snout range. What do we got? Okay. So, what was I going to say? I thought, first of all, there's a cold front or something coming through. The temperature definitely feels as though it's dropped. Hi, Smitty. But yeah. By the way, Smitty, how did you end up figuring out how to watch the race? Is it online? Step 18, add T-nuts. Going back to the sack. I love these steps because these steps are very short and sweet, and they help advance the step count. It is my intention, maybe not my intention, but almost certainly I'm going to win the award for slowest build. By the way, thank you everyone who's hanging out. I'm having a lot of fun doing this, and like I said, I wouldn't normally be talking to myself, and being able to share these thoughts and whatnot are helpful. Michael, are you still there? Because I have another tip that I think that might be helpful for the step when you're trying to level the base. Here, I'll turn it this time so you can see. So again, critical to get this right, or pretty critical. So 2 in the bottom. All right, so one other tip that I found is when I was tightening the third, the way I should have been tightening them is one at each corner going around. I forgot about that. And when I flipped it over, one of the x-axis had got out of whack. But it was pretty easy to troubleshoot because for the most part, those cross members between the corners really do sit perfectly flush with the corners. So it might be good to put a quick check in there that if you can feel a height difference between the two, definitely redo it. I think that would probably be obvious to most people, but that really made it quick to fix the corner that was out of whack without having to basically retighten all 48 screws or whatever. Roku ESPN app on TV. Don't you have to have a cable subscription to use those apps? I also am a cord cutter. I have been since, basically since The Sopranos ended, which was like 2005. Of course, I've been a long-time YouTube content viewer. And that was just the times we live in, right? I could spend an evening watching people do cool stuff or funny stuff or cats on YouTube. I didn't need cable anymore. There are several shows that I enjoy. Right now I'm watching Better Call Saul. And we recently got the Hulu app for the kids because that's where Curious George went, which Curious George is one of my favorite children's programs of all time. And actually, even as an adult, I enjoy watching that content. Let's see. Add T-nuts to X. Check. Oh, no, I put them in Y because I'm an idiot. This is why you double check your steps, people. X gets 2. Whee! Yeah, I have a feeling leveling this would be a lot easier than leveling the other one. The Z gets 2. There's something very satisfying about parts bags emptying out and the trash pile building up as you go along. Another cool thing is this printer also comes with a light kit to illuminate the build area. Also, there are parts available to download to build clips that you can basically get. I forget what it's called. It's corrugated plastic. It's the stuff that a lot of like campaign yard signs are made out of. But somebody came up with a way to basically build a lightweight enclosure using things that clip into the T-slots in case you want to try to increase the temperature when printing ABS. Hi, Greg. Like I said, a normal person can do this in 8 to 12 hours. I am on basically step 20 of 90. And at this point, I've been streaming today for 3 hours to get from step like 6. So a long time. Z, X. Oh, wow. So the Y cross member gets no T-nuts. I just want to double check that. Snug, but do not tighten. The X assembly gets 2 T-nuts. Insert 2 T-nuts in the lower inside. Z gets 2 in the lower side. There are no T-nuts in the insert of the Y. Awesome. Okay. Assembling the brackets. I feel like this is going to be Greg, do you have one of these kits? I'm going to assume you do. There's about like a minute of lag between when I talk and when it shows up in the Q&A. Kitchen countertop. If you have an area big enough, I mean, that's what I'm using as my flat area. As I played around with woodworking, I mentioned earlier that I quickly learned there are no flat areas. The garage floor, the basement floor, nothing is level. So that's an option. Option number 2. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who's been slacking on building. So thank you for your, I guess, in the misery loves company category. The other thing that I could suggest, I mean, if you can't use a kitchen countertop, well, actually, that's probably about the best option. I mean, that's what I did, is I used a kitchen countertop. Now, granted, I'm lucky enough that we have an island that is over a set of cabinets that are fairly deep, so there was plenty of room for it. You know, and if you just have countertops that are like 22 inches wide, and then normally they'll have like the lip, right? They're not flat. So, I don't know. The other candidates in my house to do this is we have a couple of IKEA tables that are made out of like the tops are basically like a phenolic laminated plywood. But I mean, I can't even. Well, I can tell you that the countertop wasn't even perfectly flat, but I feel reasonably confident with how this goes. Just don't have surfaces. I've been trying to buy a bench. So I don't know what other things you do, or if you have a hobby area or anything, but IKEA makes a desk called the Beckant. It used to be called the Gallant. Now it's called the Beckant. I think Bekkant. Let me actually try to. Let me get you a picture here. You can find any Gallants. I mean, technically mine's a Gallant, but it was after they clearanced them. There you go. Get a booth at McDonald's and do it there. Michael will be the best one to answer that question. I'm going to assume it can't be perfect, right? I don't. If I had a granite countertop, then this would be a no-brainer, but I don't. All right, step 20. All right, so the aluminum triangle, part 2. Top assemble similar to the base, but is a little easier since there's only one cross member between corner brackets. Lay out the 3 top assemblies on a flat surface with the labels facing up. Place the X on the left. Starting with the rails attached to the Z assembly, slide them into the Y assembly. Yep. Carefully work clockwise around the top, starting with the Z assembly. Push each set of rails about 1. Yep. Basically, exactly the same as the old one. Oh, goody, we get to strap things again. All right. So in the picture, oops, that's not what we wanted. Place the X assembly on your left, the Y assembly on your right. Why do I feel like I've done this wrong? I haven't. Oh, derp. Derp, 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 derp. Okay. It's not, it's heavy-ish. It's literally the desk I have on as my electronics workbench. If you can find the one, I mean, there's a big channel that's about 10 inches wide that runs underneath of it. I mean, it's still, I'm sure, made out of some kind of particle board underneath, but like I said, it seems like it's a phenolic, which is, I mean, that's the same type of material that people would make like router tables out of, which obviously you want to be flat. It's probably a reasonable facsimile, but I guess I haven't really and truly put like a square across it to make sure. Yeah, the countertop was, it was something. Now Michael's got me worried. All right. And if any of you are workbench listeners, yes, that is my famous Arnold Palmer tee. Whee! T-nuts into T-slots. Whoa, poopy. Whoa-wee-wah. I just borked. You know, this is interesting because, well, oh, I see what happened. I was like, doing the bottom was easier than the top, but I see why that is. All right. That one is started. That's 2. You know, I think Before Michael wrote the guide, I probably could have figured this out. There we go, all together now. I probably could have figured this out, but the people who built this before the guide definitely deserve a lot of credit. What do we got now? So I've got a top. Again, this printer is huge. I love it. X and Z have the T-nuts. Strapping the top. This time he comes up with a fancier knot. Okay. Once you have all the cross members in place, be very careful of moving the top around. Michael, on these steps that talk about be careful about moving the top around, it might be worth noting to keep from bending things, not so much about it being out of alignment. Alignment and tightening the top is similar to the base. Since there's only one extrusion, you can tighten both the top and bottom screws at the same time during alignment. Wrap the cord around the top and pass through the loop. Pull the cord tight and tie off the cord itself. The photo here is a simple overhand knot holding the cord tight. Alignment and tightening of the top is similar to the base. Okay. Wrap the cord around the top. Oh, meaning the top assembly. Okay, not the top of the top assembly. All right, going to get the cord, and now this means I'm going to have to move. I'm going to have to move the base. Okay. Where did you tie that overhand knot? So the overhand knot's the knot that everybody knows. That's the positive thing. Oh, okay, I see it. That's not what I wanted to be showing. And we're back. Nope. Okay. In. All right. Now, use the handy dandy paracord again. Go on, Finn. Go lay down. Go. Go. Go on. Okay. I've got it nice and Superman tight. Yeah, I can already tell you this is going to be a lot simpler to deal with than the previous one. Sorry you can't see that I'm tying or trying to tie basically an overhand knot to act as a stop knot. In hindsight, this probably would have worked for the bottom, but well, you know what they say about hindsight. Okay. Now to carefully move this, honestly, I'm probably not going to go to the trouble of adjusting the camera, so please bear with me. I will continue to talk loudly as I move this guy over. Same deal as before. Laying it down flat. Verifying that the it loosened quite a bit in the transit. So I'm going to pull this taut again. Okay, I'm not tying it. Like before, I'm just an idiot. Well, idiot's the wrong word, but just trying to make sure everything is nice and square. Pushing everything down, nice and flat and level. Got no rocking. So this time, the other thing that's nice is without the motors in the way, tightening this is a treat. And I'm doing like before where I'm actually, hold on. Okay. Basically tightening sections clockwise as I go around instead of tightening one entire joint. Hopefully that'll be good. Hopefully you can still hear me. And if this thing doesn't come out perfectly square, it'll be a lot easier to deal with than the base. Got about a third of them tight. Well, snug. Somewhere between snug and tight. Okay. Yeah, this is so much easier than the bottom. Good time to double check to make sure you still have all the pulley holes oriented in the right orientation. Uh-oh. One thing you want to be careful and not strip anything out for sure. Everything still is remaining level, which is good. I'm now doing proper tightenings on things instead of just the snugs I had been doing. Still tightening. Have any animals eaten my food? Okay. Everything is still. Ah. All right. I just discovered an inconsistency. Again, very easy to see where that is. Well, that's really interesting. Okay, this is going to take longer than I thought, so I will swing the camera around. See what you all are seeing. Yeah, you can kind of see it. So I've had one side come out of round, or out of square rather. What's funny is when I tighten that up, yeah, it's like torquing it. I'm going to loosen these just a teach. But yeah, that's unfortunate. I thought I was doing pretty good, but they're not where we want them to be. That's okay. Okay. I think they're almost all loose. Oh, that's strange. Those are definitely loose. Okay, we're going to try this whole thing again. Okay, I got one that's loose. Oh, there we go. That makes more sense. Okay. Loop it back up. This time I'm going to roll the string up to the middle of the frame, which might help. Then I'm going to give a nice tap to make sure that the cross members. That's interesting. I can't really tell. Well, let's see what happens. Again, doing one side, one corner at a time. Go clockwise. I don't know what size this is. It might be 3 millimeter, but whatever it is, I'm going to need a new one when this build is over. Tight. 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 Pseudo tight. Okay. Should be tight enough for me to take the tension off. Now. All right, I've still got something. These two are fine. I've got one corner out. Remember that part where I said, oh, this is really easy. This is interesting. Let's find out if it's the countertop. All right, so Greg, if you're still watching, when I rotate it a certain way, it goes away. I believe everything is stuck together. I definitely just yeah, there are definitely some semi-low spots in the countertop. Like right now, nothing moves. I turn it this way, there's a tiny bit of play. I'm not going to worry about it. Like I said, hopefully this is square enough. Now I'm going to tighten. I'm just double checking the ones I've already done. Some of those could be tighter. I got to hurry, so only use the ball end. Of course, for all I know, I could have some small crumb or something on here too. That's under one of the cross members, which means the whole thing would have been screwed up. Although, again, I cleaned the countertop before I started this. I think we're okay. Okay, now the inside ones. Yeah, this is much easier without those motors in the way. I can tell you this, it's easy to get paranoid about. But knowing how Michael transported his across country, some stuff's going to come out. I mean, Michael, post in the comments if I'm wrong, but obviously the more precision you can have, the better, but this isn't, I don't want to say good enough, close enough is good enough, because I'm sure that I know that's not the case. But there's a lot to get made up for in software, I guess. Now, I will say this also, on the tops they're not perfectly flush, but they are on the bottom. I don't know how precise these corner brackets are, machined to, so that may be another thing to pay. I mean, in other words, there's just naturally going to be a little bit of slop because I'm sure these extrusions are nice and good, but I don't know about these corner brackets. I'm getting frustrated. And when you're frustrated, you hurry, and when you hurry, you make mistakes. And this thing is too awesome to make mistakes with. My favorite thing about this Delta is never having to, or not really having to deal with Z-wobble issues anymore. That's one thing about my printer bot. Despite all the upgrades and all the tuning, shy of replacing things like the extruder. Actually, that's the only thing on my printer bot I haven't upgraded. I didn't buy I think they called the extruder V2. That's the only upgrade I never did. And I honestly, I was going to. Well, actually, if I'm going to, I might as well order it this weekend since everything's 15% off. Maybe I'll do that. But I've upgraded the Z screw to the 8mm rod instead of the Acme rod that it comes with. Already done this one, maybe, or done the tops. Anyway, I was never able to get the Z-wobble completely gone. About every 10 or so layers, it would be kicked out just a hair. I wasn't very happy about that, All right. Okay. That step is done. Let's see if you still, maybe a little bit more down. Okay. Come on. Go. Hey, go lay down. Come on. You're still not getting my pizza, dog. Okay. Thanks, Michael. Not sure if you're kidding or not. All right. I guess I should have read step 22 before. Top pulley preparation. Okay. Go lay down. Go. I'm serious. Go. Sorry, buddy, but you can't sit here and beg. Ah. Go. Go lay down. Go lay down. This is my own fault. Let's see. Comments. Mark is texting me. Let's see. Mark, yes, I am. I just got to go find your Gmail account. Mark. Mark, text me your Gmail address, please. My search foo is weak. Then go lay down. Look, you know you're going to get some. Lay down. I find it hilarious. Okay, you got the invite, Mark. I just realized I won't be able to hear you because I don't have the audio playing in the room for obvious reasons, but you're welcome to join. Where were you earlier when I kept talking about the strong or the straight and elongated? I wish my dog could say thank you. All right. Now for you people to see. Okay. Step 23, top pulley preparation. go back into the boxes of endless parts. Ugh. I think this is in box C. Those are extra mag balls, which I should probably put the ones I ordered in there. FSR controller, cooling fans. Oh, there's all the electrics. D300V slot motion mag ball. Apparently all I left in there was the G2 stuff. Dollars to donuts, these are the pulleys. Okay. Locate the motion mag ball hardware. Remove the small bag containing the metal corner pulley hardware. There are 3 sets of parts, 1 for each corner bracket. The second photo shows the parts for 1 corner. Remove the white plastic film from the metal corner plates, diamond shaped if they have it. Ooh, they do have it. I stopped sharing my screen prematurely. So these are the parts that I just located. Don't need mag balls right now. So it looks like you've got a pulley, 2 bearings, 2 screws, and some type of a plate. And it looks like I'm going to need to go get the Fujima what's-its. But instead, this will make for great internet drama. Instead of doing that, how about we sit here and watch Jeremy try to peel this very thin. This is hilarious. This is like trying to peel the backing off of whatchamacallit. Now, okay, once you get started. Ooh, that's mirror shiny. What are those things called? The plastic stuff. You put it on your heated bed. Kapton. Kapton. That's what it is. Actually, this isn't as bad as trying to remove the backs off Kapton, because at least with this, you can brute force it. Oh, I feel bad taking something off that someone in China spent so much time putting on. Mark, did you get the invite? Are you joining? What's going on, bud? I'll go get headphones. You didn't? I invited. Let me try this again. SMITTYHALIBUT@gmail.com. Mark Smith, invite. So I just did it again. Oops, I did it again. Oh.
Got it this time.
Hey, I see you.
What's up?
I don't
Can you
hear
hear
you. By the way, the camera that it's using is your the built-in one on your laptop. Let me go get headphones so I can hear what you're saying. Actually, you entertain people while I'm gone.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. What's up, everyone? Smitty here. Now I gotta figure out how to get Hangouts to choose a different camera angle. Stand by. We'll do that one. Oh, hi. How nice of you all to join us. Yeah. Settings. Wow, this is a totally different Hangouts app than what I was seeing on the Hangout I did. Oh, because this is Hangouts on Air, isn't it? Chat, screen share. Yeah, showcase, Q&A, control room. Oh, wow, all the cool stuff. Why aren't those on mine? Oh, so I've got the stream going in a different screen over there. But I guess Hangouts is just going to choose whoever is speaking mostly. If I click on that, that will only show that to me. I don't think that actually shows up to the stream. Hi, everybody. For people who don't know me, I'm Smitty, also known as Mark or Smitty Halibut. I run my own channel, Smitty Halibut, on YouTube. I've become friends of Jeremy's through the Workbench podcast, or I'm sure a lot of you have. That's how you guys found him too. I've been on the Workbench a couple of times, talking about a couple of different projects I was doing, some Whisper stuff. Most recently, I am working on a radio optimized for working FM satellites, so amateur radio satellites. I got a couple of a VHF and a UHF module here that will work full duplex. I got a little microcontroller up here that'll program them, a small display, a real-time clock, and then like a gaming headset input over here and a push-to-talk and various other things. So this is the project that I'm working on. It's called SOAR. By the time I get a demoable product, I am hoping to be able to come on to Ham Radio 360 and talk about it and the design behind it and the goals and all that stuff. So hopefully you guys will be seeing more of that in just a bit. Kenneth says hi, and Rickshaw Jack. Hey, Rickshaw, nice to meet you. Or call you Jack or Mr. Jack or Shaw of the Rick. I don't know. What should I call you? Just Rickshaw Jack? Or do you have a better short name for things? Yeah, so I just got done watching the Indianapolis 500. I don't know if any of you guys, if you all are race fans, but the Indy 500 is my one religious sporting event of the year. It's the only sporting event that I make sure I'm going to be able to watch no matter what's going on in my life. And Takuma Sato just won for his first time, Andretti Racing. He's been racing for a long time. He's a fantastic racer. So I was super happy to see him win it. Helio Castroneves, though, is one of my favorites also, and he came in second place, and he made Takuma Sato work for it, man. Helio was not giving him an easy race, and it was a great finish. A lot of yellows in the kind of the second half of the race, which is kind of a bummer. I'm not one of those guys that likes crashes, although there were a few spectacular crashes in this race to observe. So if you are the kind that likes crashes, go check it out. This year's race was really good, especially on lap 53. There was a pretty spectacular one there. Again, Jeremy, a goes into or comes out of? Oh, you gotta learn how to mute your mic when you're pouring the iced tea, or at least I assume that's what you're doing. Oh, I've got a couple of things coming up.
Where do you plug headphones in?
I don't know.
Mark?
Check 1 2.
Hey, you're live.
Check 1 2. Check. Sibilance. How you doing, Jeremy?
I am well. How are you?
Oh, good. I was just telling people about my project right now. Ooh, that doesn't look very... Oh, okay. That's much better to get the Allen wrench out of there.
Yeah, minor details. Nothing rocks. Sweet.
You rock.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so folks, Smitty, folks.
Hi, folks.
Okay. All right, so for this step, I have successfully removed the parts from the bag. So I wonder what are people seeing? Okay, so there's a way to make this show both of us.
I'm not sure how. So I've been watching the stream on mute in a different screen. Excuse me. And it's been switching back and forth between us.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend time trying to figure this out right now, but there are ways to do things and stuff.
You are in a moderated video call. The video call is running on an app that gives the moderator, I assume that's you, the ability to control your audio-video settings during the call, such as turning off your camera. The moderator has the ability to eject you from the call. Okay. So if you go to the apps over on the left-hand side, there's one called Control Room. For me, it's the second from the bottom, right before the dots. And I suspect that's where you'll be able to say, keep the camera on me and just use Smitty's heckling voice.
Okay, say something.
Check 1, 2. Oh, I don't have video at all. You've just gone to my... What? Oh, yeah. No, okay. My audio is still there. You got the funky picture of me with my black hat mug.
Yes, in that window. But what are people?
Yes, people are seeing my picture. So that all that does is turn off my camera, but it doesn't actually prevent it from switching to me. So normally, if you look down in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, there is a bubble of you and a bubble of me. If you click on the bubble of you so that it gets a white outline, I believe that will at least keep it on you for your view. I don't know if that will also keep it on you for the view of the stream.
Okay, say something. Oh, wait. I muted you. I don't want to mute you.
To unmute myself there. There we go.
Oh, you muted yourself.
No, I didn't. You did.
Oh.
But then once you unmuted me, then I had to unmute me too. Oh, no. You had it. I think they're presenting. I think that was probably what you wanted. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm talking. Let's see what the stream looks like. KR6ZY, I am talking. It sounds like my green bubbles are still going up. And then the question is whether it's going to switch to me on the video stream. It doesn't look like it is. So there's you taking a sip of your tea. You just leaned back and touched your glasses. I'm going to see if the tea comes up. Yeah, I'm talking this whole time, and it has not switched to me, and there you are grabbing the tea on the stream. Awesome. So, yeah, I think you've got it.
Sweet. Alrighty. One victory. One. All
victory
right.
Arms.
I wish. All right. Anyway, I'm looking back at the instructions. I am on step 24. Locate, no. Insert one of the flanged bearings into the hole in the corner bracket as shown. Now maneuver the corner pulley into place as shown in the photos. Anytime a step says maneuver, that implies a certain level of difficulty. So Michael has kindly indicated the flange. Oh, they are flanged. That's kind of sexy. Okay, that part's easy. Yay, I got the flanged pulley in the hole. So we did that part. Now here comes the maneuvering. Ooh, difficulty level extreme. I get what's going on here. I'm an idiot. Okay.
We've been trying to tell you that for years.
I should show people this. So, okay, you got this tiny little flange. The camera's still like 2 feet away from my hand. You got this tiny little thing, and you put the tiny little thing in the hole. Kenneth, that was your cue. You hold that, and now it's time to maneuver.
Check. Are you still getting my audio? Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I still am. I'm trying to make sure the instructions make sense, which they kind of don't. Hold on. Now maneuver the corner pulley, okay, into place as shown in the photos. You can push one end through the corner bracket crosspiece hole. Oh, okay. I get what it's saying. Okay, so basically it's saying, I think, so this is the pulley made of very light aluminum. So it's
for
basically
English speaking.
Yes. In our Dayton presentation, well, I don't know if you listened to that, but I call them valves.
I am a few weeks behind, but it is. I will get there.
Okay. I think. Yes, I did it incorrectly. So Yeah.
Congratulations.
I put the wrong pulley I put the wrong pulley. I put the wrong pulley in the wrong side. So it's actually on the outermost pulley that you are to assemble now. Or sorry, not pulley. Spinny thing. Bearing. Thank you. All right. I am maneuvering into place.
These are all technical terms.
Maneuvering. Yay. I bet you the next step has me securing it. I really wish I could show you the screen and me at the same time.
OBS.
Yeah. Finish the pulley assembly, assembling the second flange bearing in the corner. Ooh. And then fully install the diamond-shaped corner plate with 2 Phillips head screws. Yep. Okay. So there's more maneuvering involved. This will be interesting. Surely this can't be right.
It is right. And don't call me Shirley.
There's no way. Literally, I'm going to have to violate the laws of physics to do what I'm being asked.
In this house, we obey the laws of physics.
Yes. Thank you, Kenneth, finally.
You sure you want to invite me onto this?
I don't think what this step is asking you to do is possible. I have a very logical reason why I say this. Okay, the pegs on both sides are the same. Because it's clear that both flanges should be interfacing. If it was to be outer facing, this would be zero problem. Although actually, I am. Oh, ha! Yeah. So let's go with what I said the first time, which is I'm an idiot. There is no need to leave that line of questioning. So for those of you who would ever try to build this, in the back one, the flange does actually protrude from the corner. However, there is an inset for the flange on the front-facing one, so all is right with the world. Oh, other than the heartburn I've given myself from Sloppy Juan's Pizza. Were you here for my Internet of Pizza shit story earlier?
No, I was still watching the race. I literally texted you when the race was over.
So I wanted to order from a local place online, but they're whatever the final processes that your order goes through, payment validation and whatever else, the services were down, and I ultimately capitulated and called the store and said, well, this is what I want, but I want the deal you had online. And they said, well, that deal's only online. There's nothing I can do for you calling the store. I was like, but your website's down. He's like, yeah, there's nothing I can do. So I got stuck with pizza of last resort, which was Papa John's. I was really sick last night.
What happened?
I have kids in daycare, and they brought home a cold. So that was fun. I feel bad. I don't even want to touch these things. They're so shiny after I've removed that protective covering. I'm getting my American finger sweats all over them. Look at that. Look, they're glistening. Look at that.
I see it. Look, look.
Oh. So while I'm screwing, yeah, we'll catch you on
that kind of channel.
It's a family show, remember?
This is how we make families.
Yes. Yeah, Saturday morning will work good. We'll figure out at least I think it will. We'll figure out the whys and when. This is going to be kind of a, I don't want to say a hodgepodge show, But that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a hodgepodge show.
That's fine. All those smorgasbord, if you want to make
Yeah.
it sound funnier or awesomer.
Yeah, so we're going to cover some Maker Faire stuff. Kenneth, you've been invited as well, either in the Friday General Malay, or milieu, rather, or Saturday morning. I don't know if I'll be able to do Saturday, but George can. Literally violates the laws of physics.
What does?
I don't know. That's what
Streaming on a Saturday morning?
That's what somebody posted in the stream or in the chat. All right, first pulley is done, and it feels really smooth. I'm enjoying this.
Smooth.
Yeah, that's what I said the first time that I think it was Crown Royal.
Oh shoot! It is switching video to me.
Oh, I know why.
Did that get dropped? It looks like the presentation stuff got dropped. Did that happen when I switched video inputs, maybe?
So now I put it back. Although, what am I presenting?
I think presenting just means that the camera stays on you the whole time.
Wait a minute. So there's a hide participants button. Now I've turned that off. Show participants. Hide participants. All right. What is the stream seeing?
Well, so I'm looking at the stream right now on a different window, and unfortunately, it's delayed by 30 seconds, so it's kind of hard to tell. I think if you've got presentation set on or hide participants or whatever, I think that will keep me from showing up on the stream.
Yeah, I just wish I knew what else I was presenting. Anyway, one pulley down, and that was really satisfying.
So I will warn you that I'm about to start a stream on my side.
That should be hilarious.
So, as long as we don't cross the streams, we should be okay.
Last thing I need today is total protonic reversal. Boy, speaking of train wrecks, did you watch that new Ghostbusters?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's really not good. And I know there was a lot of press saying it was not good because it was all lady Ghostbusters, but that had nothing to do with it. It was just not good of its own accord. Like, it was really bad. I watched it on a flight for work recently, and it was just bad. Like, Ghostbusters was very formative in my childhood. In second grade, me and my friend Martin Mondajar, who I unfortunately lost touch with after second grade, but I remember we went to the roller skating rink as kids did in the 80s. And I remember going up to the DJ lady booth and requesting that song. And then Martin, being the smooth guy that he was like, you know, we are the Ghostbusters. And as a second grader, I rolled with that. Oh. So are you continuing work on SOAR?
That's the plan. I'm actually going to start a stream here. I was waiting for you to finish. I didn't want to cut off your story.
Not that you were paying attention.
I was.
Mm-hmm.
You were a second grader claiming to be a Ghostbuster.
Well, Martin was, but yes.
Well, you went along with it, though.
I didn't correct him.
That's how much I was paying attention to what you just said.
The sun is gone. There's no more gleaning.
All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get some water, and then I'm going to start a stream. I'll be right back.
Agua. This build project is about to become very meta. I'll say this, I am very impressed with the machining quality of these brackets. I mean, the screws thread in quite nicely. Uh-oh. If you don't like the way it rocks, move it on the table. That's the funny thing. Kenneth, what are you working on today? Hey, Mark, I never asked you. How did you like Travis's answer about why Laura?
I haven't gotten there yet. I need to still listen to that. Like I said, I'm a little behind on my podcasts. Still trying to get caught up after finishing up some books. All right, I'm going to go ahead and click start on mine.
Okay.
We'll do that. There we go. Okay. Am I started? I think I'm started. Hey, everybody, it's Smitty here. Let me bring up my stream. Looks like I might be started, or is it going to complain because I scheduled a thing and it doesn't start for another 19 minutes?
No, you should.
Nope, looks like it's starting. There we go. Hey, everybody, it's Smitty here. Yeah, I am. Smitty here. We are doing something weird today. I am streaming, but I am also doing a hangout with Jeremy. Say hi, Jeremy.
Hi, Jeremy.
Look at the camera. They can see you. That's Jeremy, KF7IJZ. He is also streaming right now, so it's kind of a double stream. You might want to try crossing the streams and see what happens. He is assembling his 3D printer that he got from the Midwest 3D printer fair thingy, whatever.
Midwest Rep Fest. Although I didn't buy it there.
That's the one.
I ordered it online, but that's where I saw it.
Fair enough. And so he's been assembling that, working on that all morning. I just got finished watching the 500, which is my one religious sporting event of the year. Decided to kind of hop on with Jeremy, kind of do a little bit of heckling with him. But at the same time, I'm also going to be working on my SOAR radio, continuing the stuff that I was doing yesterday. So it's going to be mutual heckling and mutual talking about what it is that we're working on here. It's going to be kind of a conversation.
This is very meta of us.
It's very meta.
You know what I just realized? Let's see, wait, Kenneth says, so actually, yeah, which stream does Kenneth watch?
Well, he's on yours right now.
Yeah, literally, let's see. Trying to unburn my living room and lab of half-done projects, kind of declaring project bankruptcy this weekend. So, you know what they say about that, limit your work in process, and if you're anything like me, F that noise. How can I look busy if I don't have 42 projects going at the same time? Stop starting and start finishing, Kenneth. That's what she said.
Yeah, that's the problem with having as many projects as we do, is that we always want to.
I have to give you props.
Me?
Yes. You have been very diligent on the SOAR project since you picked it up. Like, this has been, you know, I mean, seriously, like half the struggle of getting stuff done is actually holding yourself to getting stuff done. And you have done a fantastic job of staying the course, or whatever they say. So,
Jeremy, look at your screen. See that?
It's no, but what is it?
It's a bunch of audio transformers and some trim pots. It's an audio mixer with a compressor and, more importantly, a noise gate on it that I started building to put into my car that I can use as a, for my stream folks, use as an audio mixer to mix the speaker levels from multiple different radios into a single amplifier to send up to the front of my car to a single speaker. So that's a project that is in progress that I stopped to work on SOAR. Do you see this one?
I remember the clock.
Yeah. Remember the clock? That's another project that is in progress. I got to a version 1, found some problems and needed to make some changes to it, and have not done it. I put this one on hold. Do you see this?
Yes.
That is another 10 amp, 12 volt switching power supply with constant voltage and constant current outputs. This is one of 3 different models of this kind of thing that I have, that I am in the process of trying to get rigged up to charge the battery that runs the radios in my cars.
Yeah. But I think you're being too hard on yourself, because I have known, like, everything you have just shown has been something that you have originated since I've known you. And honestly, like, since I have seen you go through all these projects, you have spent the most time on SOAR. I'm going to stop. I want people to be able to see what you're doing too. What does Kevin say? Osh Park, bring a hack, light a fire under your ass. So projects get done very quickly in early May. For those of you who are afflicted with the problem of having to choose to go to Maker Faire or anything else.
That is very true. The SOAR project was a 2 week before Maker Faire. Oh crap, I can go to Maker Faire. I need to have a hack to bring. I have plenty of hacks. I know. I'll start another one. Yeah. No, I appreciate the credit. I've been going kind of hardcore on SOAR because it's something that I think will benefit the community more than any of the other stuff I've done. The other stuff that I just showed you is a lot of kind of special purpose, one-off builds. I don't see these turning into kits, right? I don't see these turning into things that I am likely going to be putting in bags and selling to people. SOAR is something that I can see that turning into. And because of that, I have kind of had higher motivation to keep working on SOAR for the last few weeks.
Adam Smith thanks you.
Who does?
Adam Smith.
I don't know who that is.
The father of economics.
Yeah. Okay. You're just saying it as a thank you for continuing to spur innovation and selling things in the world?
No, to prove out theories on motivations and activity and such. I don't know, man. I'm putting together a 3D printer very poorly. Have you heard me banging on stuff?
Yes.
Generally, by the way, rule of thumb, when working on delicate instruments, if a hammer is involved, you're probably doing it wrong unless it's for good reason. Step 26. So I've been streaming now for 4 hours, and I have made it to 20 steps, which is about 23% of the total steps.
So you're looking at a 16 to 20 hour build time?
That'll probably actually finish sometime around Labor Day, yes. I can't wait until I have to start cutting G2 belts and then tensioning them. So this is cool. Do you know how you tension these belts? Besides the physics, I mean, there's an app you download, and it's basically, I think, an audio spectrum analyzer, and you pluck the belt until it rings at 41 hertz. That's how you know you have the proper tension, which, as a geek, I love, and I'm sure you can appreciate that as well.
I keep pointing at the wrong camera because I keep forgetting that your viewers are seeing that camera, but my viewers can see that camera and that camera. So I was giving you the universal sign language for yes when my mouth is full and I've got my my microphone turned down.
What are you eating?
A Kind bar. I haven't had lunch yet. I'm a California hippie freak. Of course I am.
I know. So for Hamvention, I asked. So George last year had a cooler of San Pellegrino water, and apparently his friends heckle him about that too, because they're like, "Oh yeah, George bathes in that. That's all he will bathe in." But then I said, because last year we did a really bad job of remembering to eat, and so I said, "What do you guys want?" And George, I was like, "You guys want some granola bars or something?" And George was very specific about Kind bars. Fortunately, they were on wicked sale, so I got him some Kind bars.
So I like Kind bars because I am gluten intolerant, and you do not want to be anywhere near in the county with me if I have gluten in my system.
In your butt? You said in your butt.
I did, in my system. It's actually my intestines that are really the problem. But in any case, so Kind bars are very good about being gluten-free. I also try to be low carb, although yesterday I kind of did a rolling somersault tumble off of the wagon on the carbs. But the Kind bars tend to be relatively low carb for what you get out of them. And they're just simple ingredients, right? It's not all of the processed crap. There's no high fructose corn syrup, all that jazz that I try to avoid. Yeah, I'm a Californian. And the reason that George has to bathe in Pellegrino is because it's bottled and imported, because we have no water in California. That's the only way he's allowed to take a shower is by using imported water into this damn state.
So as I have said numerous times, I would move there in a heartbeat were it not for the fact that I love my freedom, my money, and water. Oh. Gather 12 FSH screws and 12 T-nuts from the frame hardware bag. Check. Loosely install 2 screws and T-nuts in the holes for the tower extrusion slot in each corner bracket of both the base and top assemblies. The T-nut goes inside the slot. Oh, that doesn't help me. If only there were a picture. Yes, okay. Continues to be as expected. You're muted again. That's fine. What are my listeners or my viewers saying? Calipers make a great hammer. Once. We got kind bars for free all weekend at MFBA. I like BAMF better because for the longest time I thought everybody was talking about going to be bad A mother efforts. David McKay. Okay, I'm watching Smitty's stream with both chats up. That is weird. David McKay, that's a friend of yours, yes?
That I'm aware of. He's been popping in and out of my chats a lot on my streams, but I don't know. David, do I know you in real life? If I do, I don't know you by that name.
Well, the funny part about this is this shows that I've gained viewership because of my appearance on your stream.
It definitely goes the other way too.
Hey, speaking of terrible movies, by the way, you know another movie that was absolutely god awful? Suicide Squad. I'm not a big DC guy to begin with, but I love Will Smith, and there's so many things that could have gone right. Just in the end, they decided to make sure nothing went right.
I'm not a huge comics guy. I kind of miss comics, and I kind of miss D&D growing up.
How did you miss D&D?
I got into D&D when I was in college.
Yeah.
I didn't do it when I was a kid. My dad worked for IBM. My mom was a network engineer at the local high school. So I was into BBSing and computers at a very young age.
Oh, do you remember Legend of the Red Dragon?
No.
Door game, Lord?
Legend of the Red. No, I was a Barons and Trade War were my two games.
Okay, I remember Trade War. Anyway, I met the author of Legend of the Red Dragon at one point. It was a truly monumental day in my life, but I don't remember his name.
Apparently, David's mom lives nearby here, and there's a your mama joke anyway. No, I don't make those kinds of jokes. Oh, hey, Bill. Yeah, David, next time you're up here, throw me a message on Twitter, and we'll see if we can meet up for lunch somewhere. Santa Maria is about a half an hour south of where I work, so depending on what time you'd be here, the time that would work best for me, just from a scheduling standpoint, is to meet up for lunch while I'm at work, but that I would need you to come up to San Luis Obispo for that. Excuse me.
By the way,
let me know next time you're up here.
Is it appropriate to refer to that as slow or SLO?
It is not inappropriate. Either of those are appropriate. Whatever you do, do not call it San Luis Obispo. It is Spanish, not French. It is San Luis. The requirement. All right.
You know what I think is I'm actually not far from is actually putting the top and bottom together by way of the giant meter-long rails sitting here off camera.
So someone was recommending RF isolating the grounds on these two radio modules. I think it was David, wasn't it? Or was it Bill? Someone? I don't know.
I thought it was your other friend, the guy you actually do know.
Exploding Lemur? Nick?
No, it wasn't Nick. It was somebody your daughter knew who it was. Tim? You have a Tim?
Oh, Travis. Train Man. Travis. Not Travis. Good God, that's his brother. Austin.
Austin, that's it.
Austin Hendricks, yeah. No, David was the one who was saying that I should isolate the grounds on things.
Sorry, Dave.
The
real cow phone.
The what? See, I can't have both. I don't have both Twitter. Dang it! What am I doing? Crap. There we go. I can't have both chats up at the same time. So if somebody's saying something in your chat, the real Cal Poly. What do you mean oh, as opposed to Pomona?
As an SLO, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're out of presentation mode. I don't know if it did that on purpose or what, but
I took us out.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Well, you were showing things.
Well, fair enough.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and split my screen so that I can see both of our chat windows at the same time.
Just so folks can see what I'm looking at. Oh.
David McKay is a PCB designer for a living. Oh, God. So why are you watching my streams? Like, oh, the amateurs making crap up as they go along.
I have immense respect for you, sir.
Me or David?
David, of course I don't have any respect for you.
My mic level dropped dramatically. Is that because I haven't been talking into the mic? Whenever I do this, it drops pretty dramatically because Heil, say what you will about him and wannabes, Heil does a really good job of rejecting outside sound or off-axis sounds on his microphones. It's okay now. All right, so I just need to remember to talk directly into the mic. Yeah, so now I've got two chat windows up on my screen, and this is entertaining. Oh, why do I get the feeling I'm not actually going to get anything done today? So, David, if I understand correctly, I want... So I should probably go ahead and define a separate ground symbol for each of these. And then link all the ground symbols with inductors. So I got David McKay and Rob Morley, who are both professional circuit board designers, and they're looking at me going, what in the hell are you doing? You like coming onto these channels so that you can feel superior? Here's a guy who's a complete novice at this, but is willing to do it on camera. So let's go watch him. Sounds about right. Damn it, I did it again.
Oops, you did it again.
Hear me?
Yes.
Don't ever do that again.
But if I do, then I'll have to say, oops, I did it again. I sang that damn song, the one that
Jeremy?
you hate.
Jeremy?
Oh, Smitty, Smitty, yes.
Jeremy?
You said heckle. Sound like my mom, Jeremy. Or actually, more my wife, Jeremy.
Jeremy?
I'm not singing anymore.
Oh, nanofarad. Let's see here. I have to go run the math to figure out what that goes down to. Okay, so because of the RF, it would be best to split the grounds. Yeah, using separate ground is good, or you can use one ground and just remember to use the small plane areas. And make a tie point that has the inductors or caps tie across them. Well, I can't use caps to tie across them because the caps would have to shunt and shunt to ground. But I'm doing this on ground, so I'm not entirely sure what that would look like.
Scheisenpooper.
Scheisenpooper?
Scheisenpooper.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
You guys are intimidating me. David McKay is saying the biggest board I ever worked on was 16 inches by 22 inches, 32 layers with 18 BGAs. 16 of them had almost 200 pins each, and all the BGAs had buses that connected them all together. Are you laying out like a network switching board or something?
Something for the space shuttle.
Oh no, Mars rover. He says one of the smallest was a camera that folded up into a box that went up on a Mars rover.
Hey, so I was pretty close to being right.
Not far off, yeah. 2,000 pins each. Dave corrected himself. He had apparently typoed. Jeez.
Well, then what the hell is a guy like you doing watching me, too?
Again, it's the let's go chuckle at the noobs. Do I want to put power down to the signal? Yeah, I think I do.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
You can do it.
You can do it. What? What? There we go. That boy ain't right.
Can I get a what?
Probably not. Wrong subgenre. What I thought. Are you being paged, or are you just having a hard time breathing?
I was supposed to be my Darth Vader.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I got the Darth Vader reference. I'm just curious. Never mind. I'm good.
Hold on.
Holding. I find your lack of RF choking disturbing.
You want to know what kind of family we are? Those are in my dining room.
My wife is the one who brought the cardboard cutout of the stormtrooper into the house. She is arguably a bigger Star Wars fan than I am. Not even arguably. I think it's pretty clear.
This is a wall of sci-fi. There's 2 lightsabers, a bunch of R2-D2s, all of the ships of the line for the Enterprise, and miscellaneous other stuff that my wife and I have come across in our relationship. I think there's a Doctor Who sonic screwdriver back there.
Of course there is.
Okay. For those watching my build, I've gotten all the T-slot things in. Is there anybody still watching my build? 8 of you, hello. For those of you who, public service announcement, for those of you who are just joining or who may not have sat here for the last, 4.5 hours, this is Jeremy KO79JZ from the Ham Radio 360 Workbench podcast. Today I am assembling a 3D printer. It is the Ultibots D300VS, available on Ultibots.com. This is a Delta-style 3D printer with a 300 millimeter diameter print bed, 450 millimeter top or max height, all premium components, and it's a do-it-yourself kit. And I normally hate stuff like this because things like this happen, which there's a cut on my finger. So anyway, I'm live streaming it as motivation to get it done. With me today is Mark Smith, Smitty Halibut Online, who is working on an amateur radio project called SOAR, which we will actually have Mark on the show at some point to talk about this. He just got back from Maker Faire, just like we got back from Dayton.
I did. And for folks watching on my stream, hi, I'm Smitty Halibut, in case you just joined me. And I am working on my satellite optimized amateur radio. I finished version 1.0 for Maker Faire and ran into all kinds of problems with it. And I'm going in to correct those problems and making a version 1.1. My goal is that 1.1 will be stable enough and similar enough to the final product that I'll actually be able to send out one or two to some other folks who are going to help me out with some software. I've got at least one person lined up for that, so that'll be good. And Jeremy has become a friend of mine from the Ham Radio 360 podcast. And so he was streaming today. I decided to stream today. We are kind of merging our streams and doing some weird stuff.
Just a couple of guys streaming, no big deal.
Nothing to see here. Move along. Nothing awkward. And yeah, so you'll hear him talking about his project. You'll hear me talking about my project. And we'll go from there. If you're not familiar with him, he's KF7IJZ on, that's Z for us Americans, KF7IJZ on YouTube and Twitter. And check him out. He's got a lot of cool stuff.
Why, thank you.
That dashboard, that's the one I wanted. Where am I going and why am I in this handbasket?
And where are my kidneys?
Oh, those, man, I lost those a long time ago. Okay, not really. So one of these screens has a "you've been streaming for this many minutes" thing, and I can't find it.
Really?
Yeah, I really like to know how long I've been streaming, and I thought this was the live dashboard that had that.
Okay. There should be 3 T-nuts left from the frame hardware bag. These will be used to mount stuff later. Okay, preparing the towers. Remove all T-slot covers and save for later. Okay, so switching back to the camera.
I think my YouTube got confused because it claims that I'm offline as well and that there's nobody watching me, which I know there are people watching me because they're chatting in the chat room. So I'm still confused. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'll shut up and keep working on my stuff.
That's fine. For those watching the build, these are basically the vertical rails. Again, they're about 1 meter long. Pretty excited about it because it's huge. This is a huge printer. It is the most bigly printer I've ever seen in person. And this is the part where I put the box through the window. Man, I bet you, well, actually I know how much this printer weighs. When it's assembled, it weighs 35 pounds. Just like it weighs about that when it's not assembled. All of this hardware comes from Open Builds, and they do such a phenomenal job. The quality is just top notch.
There's got to be a better way to draw those because that is so ugly. Okay. That is one. Yeah. Okay. There's got to be a better way to do this. I'm going to break this up into two different things. You can't actually see my the work that I'm doing, can you, Jeremy?
Nope. All I see is the camera view. I could open your stream in another window.
Yeah. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Chat. Screen share. That's what I'm looking for. Application window. I think that's the one. So now you can see the kinds of things that I'm doing, although it's going to be pretty low res for you. So I don't know how well that's going to work out on your stream.
I'm not streaming you at the moment.
Okay.
Because I'm playing with big rods. So.
Like you do.
That's as you do. That's compelling content, I say. Locate the threaded hole at each end of these things and mark it with a small piece of tape. Now I have Britney Spears stuck in my head.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Although actually, technically, isn't that my own fault? Technically.
Pretty much. Pretty much, yes.
Oh, hey. Ruh-roh. Locate the threaded hole at one end. Okay. Okay. I was like, if this is supposed to have threaded holes on both sides, we have a problem.
Just put that anywhere.
Well, I'm handling the big pieces now. I also got shorted a T-slot cover. I wonder why you mark these with masking tape. I'm sure the following instructions can tell me, but I'm impatient.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Biscuit. Do you just like the sounds?
It's making me chuckle. I admit.
I'm actually building things over here.
As opposed to those of us who are just drawing pictures with crayon.
Yeah, well, you're using a mouse, but installing the towers in the base. Threaded hole in towers to the outside. Position the base with the XYZ labels facing. Whoa, now. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. This is a major assembly step on my side. This is like the first time that the true scale of this printer becomes apparent. Okay.
Not a huge fan of that outline layout, but it's better than some of the alternatives.
Position the base of the XYZ labels facing on a flat surface. Align the T-nuts in the X corner pocket so the tower extrusion slot can slide onto them. The end of the tower with the tape-marked threaded hole inserts into the base. The threaded hole should be on the outside edge. Slide the tower extrusion over the T-nuts. Push the tower all the way down to the table, then tighten the 2 screws. Do this for all 3 corners. Here's the part where I find out I've lost the Allen wrench that I need to do this. Huh.
I'm gonna need more space.
It's not you, it's me.
Sure it is.
I just need to find myself, Mark. Does he say Titan? Yeah, he says Titan. That's 1. This is kind of a big deal. Oh, I am scratching the crap out of the tabletop.
It's okay. Your wife won't mind.
Well, it's an IKEA table. We bought this table when we moved here because we're like, we need a dining room table, and I will probably wind up building our real dining room table because I need another project. Much like a hole in my head. It's just like when I started rebuilding drawers for the kitchen. I got 2 done, and then I've got a bunch of sawn stock downstairs. It's all dadoed and ready to go for what remains. But everything else takes up time. I can't get. They don't pay me to stay home and build drawers.
No, you kind of need to be a carpenter for that.
Yeah.
Okay. My 10 microfarad cap doesn't look connected. Are you talking about that lack of junction right there? There we go. Fixed.
Kenneth says you have both found very special women for your life. Yes, I would agree.
Yes, very, very true.
I don't think I told you, but I recently came home. I heard an interview. I don't remember who it was, but in the interview, he talked about that he finally cajoled his wife into getting her amateur radio license. And as it turns out, amateur radio played a very major part in their lives for the remainder, until now. Because she ended up getting into de-expeditions and contesting and stuff like that. And so they went on cruises and on de-expeditions and all kinds of stuff for family vacations. So after hearing this, what's that?
Jealous. Sorry, go on. Jealous.
Oh, jealous. Sorry. So anyway, I told my wife about this, and I came in and I proclaimed, congratulations, amateur radio is now your new favorite hobby.
How'd that go over?
I haven't really seen her since, so I'm kidding. What's sad is she's really interested in, she actually really got super interested in CW when I was practicing it. And I got a couple of practice oscillators, and we would sit, this is before we had kids, or shortly after my daughter was born, and we would sit in the night in the living room and just look at each other and send CW to each other to practice, and that was a lot of fun. And I was like, how would you like to amp it up a notch by sending it to other people? And then she's like, no. I was like, okay.
Nope.
Sad thing is, I feel like, so she was a fencer in college.
Ah, yes.
the thing that she always liked about fencing was that you're much in competition with yourself as you are your opponent, right? And so things where she can be in competition with herself, she greatly enjoys. And what's sad is contesting is an awful lot like that. This thing is huge. This looks like a model prop from the episode of Star Trek with that like triangle spaceship thing. Do you see this? Do you see how huge this thing is?
It's huge.
It's huge. It's bigly.
That
Wow.
is a big 3D printer, man. What are you going to print with that thing?
A full-size Hermione one for my daughter, since she pointed out how inadequate my existing printer is. No, I could print out garbage. Literally, I could print a garbage can with this thing.
That would be impressive.
I was so ungodly happy to get to hang out with April Wilkerson and Laura Comp woodworking. Yeah, I know April. I don't know Laura. I saw the picture. That was cool. Is she as nice as she seems to be? I didn't realize that selling stolen goods was that competitive, or that your wife. No, she was at bay, not selling stolen goods.
Not that kind of fencing.
Not that kind of fencing. All right, I'm going to step away. Mark, you should comment to your viewers who actually care about what you're doing as opposed to listening to me read instructions so they make sense out loud.
Okay. Well, I am currently trying to RF choke all the things. So one of the problems that I didn't actually confirm was a problem with my radio, but seems like a good idea to do anyway, was that I wasn't choking any of my digital signals. Everything I was doing in and out of the radio went straight to the microcontroller. So any noise from the microcontroller would go straight into the radio, and vice versa. So I am putting RF series inductors and shunt capacitors on all of the non-RF paths in and out of the radio. So all of the digital signals, all of the serial ports, the power in the ground and everything. I am filtering all of that with trying to do some RF shunting on those to make them a little bit cleaner. I am also doing the concept of splitting. See, what am I doing? I am splitting the RF grounds from each of the modules and separate from the ground itself. So, or the digital ground. So you'll note that the ground pins coming out of the module here don't actually tie directly to ground. They tie to this node here, which is going to be the shunt path for a lot of local power storage, a nanofarad, a 1 microfarad, and a 10 microfarad. Actually, I might want to change that to like a 0.1 to kind of even that out. Anyway, so that'll be my bypass voltage or bypass caps on this radio going to the local ground so that there isn't an inductor between that bypass and that radio, but there is an inductor between that ground and ground. Similarly, there is an inductor between the voltage coming in and the V battery. And so what I did, the other thing I did is I split V battery from V 3.3 because I'm going to put a regulator on the microcontroller so that the radio modules themselves will run straight from the battery, but the microcontroller will run from a 3.3 regulator. The new module that I'm going to be using doesn't like having variable voltage. The old one, the AT Mega, would run on anything between like 2.7 and 5.5 volts. So I could just run it off of a lithium-ion cell without any regulation, and it would have been fine. But the new module is not quite so generous. So I'm splitting out the raw battery voltage, which this thing will run off of, and I'm going to run a 3.3 regulator into the micro because it does not like having raw voltage. Sounds like Rob Morley and David McKay are having a good conversation in the chat room about their jobs and time doing circuit boards layout. Just remove the section you are doing now and copy and paste the one you just finished. Yeah. Yeah. HiCat is weird about copy and paste. I also don't want it to accidentally like tie some of those nets together. I do it in some cases, and the tying the nets would have been fine, but I didn't because lazy. You know, Kenneth likes to mock me for doing things the hard way. I mean, what kind of a host would I be if I didn't do things the hard way to give you guys a chance to mock me? That's what the peanut gallery is all about. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Copy block. Make you feel better? You and your desire for efficiency. Whatever. I'm looking at and keeping track of, though. Okay. So those are all the RF chokes for audio, digital line, serial port, not on the radio because I don't want to choke out RF out of the antenna. Got some on the high-low. Oh, that's the other thing is that I got to edit these. So this is PBU. And edit that one, that's going to be HLU. So since I have more I/O pins, I'm going to go ahead and control the power down and the high power versus low power from the micro. We've got the pins for it, so we'll go ahead and run those over. That is a lot of choking. Oh. Do I want those to choke here or there? I think I want those to choke to the main ground. Is that right? Do I want those to choke to the main ground or to the local RF ground? Shoot. I think I want that to be the local RF ground, don't I? Because I want that all to be contained inside here and then go through that inductor before and get blocked off from there. No, because these are all on the outside of the inductors. Oh. So if I do a bypass, if I do does KiCad not rename for unnamed nets when you? No, it does. It does. I misspoke, Rob. Right now I'm trying to think about what ground I want these caps to go to. Do I want this to be the digital ground on the outside, or do I want it to be the module RF ground here? I think that one I want to be the one on the outside of the inductor toward the micro. I want that to be the micro ground. If I had that capacitor on the inside of the inductor, I think I would want that to go to the RF ground. Shoot. Do I want to make this a pi network? Seems overly complex. I don't think I need that much filtering. I think that'll be fine. Exactly. Remember, guys, that when you are talking about things, there's about a 15 to 30 second delay between when I say something and when you respond to it in chat. So if you're responding to something I've just said, there's a good chance that I don't remember, or at least I've moved on mentally from what I said to what you said. Okay, so Rob and Dave are both agreeing with me that a pi network is overkill. So these capacitors on the outside of the module should go to the digital ground, which is on the outside, right? Because I don't want to be passing any RF. If I ran this to the RF ground, that RF would have a path to get out. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Talking about the caps inside versus outside. Okay, so it sounds like, we're all in agreement that that's the correct way to do this. Okay. Yes, main ground. Okay. All right. So, David, does this meet your needs on separating the grounds for the different radios? That means, shoot, hold on. That shoot. You okay, Jeremy? Oh, that is a ice maker. That's what that is. You know what? I need to tie that ground and that ground to that ground. Shoot. All right. I've got other grounds. So one of the things that I don't like about KiCad is that I'm not 100% clear on how I rename a ground symbol, a power symbol. So if I edit that, there's a value, but there's also the net name. I thought value. If I change that value to be ground V, for example, for VHF, chip name, if I edit that one. So I was never sure whether the chip name or the value was one that's actually defined what net it's on. So I think I'm going to set both of those to ground V, which means ground V's component, ground V not found. Edit. Value. Really? So can I not create a new net here? All right. Ground A, I thereby define you as the VHF ground. This is going to be ugly.
What?
You okay there, Jeremy?
Remember, I'm sick. I've got a cold. So I'm all
Oh.
like sniffly and stuff.
That's fantastic. Every power symbol is its own. You can rename it. You can't rename it, but you have to use a different power symbol. I think, totally not sure. Best I can tell, no warranty, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I know you definitely have to use different ones, and I could probably go into the library editor and create new ones, but I'm lazy. So I am going to use existing ones, even though the names are not immediately obvious as to what they are. So I've got an analog. We're going to go ahead and use ground D, because sure.
Okay. Well, you're doing ground D. We're getting ready to move on to step 29. I'm almost a third of the way through this build. I'm only 10 hours into it. It's a major achievement.
Oh, N3VEM is watching your channel.
Yes, he
I can't
is.
tell if he's over on my channel.
Well, he's over on my channel trying to get free printing work out of me.
Oh, well, okay, fair enough.
I told him if he designs it, I'd be happy to print it. He wants a mounting bracket for his 857.
Ooh, good call.
Although I'm guessing he meant just the head.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Just let it go.
Let it go.
You two. I gotta
Let
get
it
my
go.
daughter. I have to force my daughter to stop doing that.
Have you guys gotten the affliction that is Moana yet?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, actually what's sad is I can't, secret admission, I can't stop listening to it. And the songs go through my head at least once a day.
They're great songs. They're absolutely fantastic songs.
I didn't realize
but,
it was the guy from Hamilton that did a lot of that.
Oh yeah, we knew. We are huge Hamilton. We are a huge Hamilton house here.
Never seen it or heard it.
Okay, go listen to it. It is phenomenal. It is absolutely the best musical ever.
Even if you can't see it?
Even if you can't see it, yes. The music is enough to absolutely impress you? Well, first off, let's start here. Are you at all into hip hop?
Some.
Okay. If you at all like hip hop, if you can at all respect hip hop, then this musical will blow you away.
Okay, I can highly respect hip hop.
Okay. This musical will absolutely blow you away. It is worth it in spades.
Holy cow, this printer has feet.
How else is it going to stand?
Well,
Switch to ground reference speed. Nope. Okay. Oh, grounded popper. Ever? Oh, hey, choking. That one I did. Actually.
Where's box B? By the way, live streaming and building stuff is tiring.
Yes, it does.
I mean, seriously, I feel like I've been performing for hours, and you just don't. I don't know. I didn't really give it the credit that it deserved.
Well, that's why I usually go for about an hour or two, and I'm like, you know what, guys, I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, remember that I have the extra pressure of being. I got to get this printer done. Like this project has to finish. So.
Well, we've been saying that about your
the battery
box. Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh god, I can't wait for you. Did you listen to any of our Dayton coverage?
I listened to the first episode, and I'm halfway through the second episode, but I haven't finished it yet.
Well, did you hear the segment where Jason from Comms to Go heckled me about that?
Yes, I did.
And then George sent me a text today and said, "Hey, by the way, do you want me to shoot a video of your power box design that I built?"
Would you like me to finish that series for you? Is basically what he's saying.
I have all the stuff. I do. I've got it all.
Yep. You were talking earlier about starting projects and finishing them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Oh, actually, my crown jewel slacker project. You're into hi-fi. I'm into hi-fi.
Yes.
When I was an undergrad, I really coveted this single-ended tube amplifier kit by this company called Bottlehead. They're out of the Puget Sound up near Seattle. And it's this 2-watt hi-fi amplifier based on, I think they're 60N7. They were television tubes. They're dual triodes. And I had heard one that I knew an adult that had built one. Phenomenal. And the kit at the time was only like $300 or $400. But I never had the cash for it when I was younger. Anyway, for Christmas one year, my wife finally got me one and got me all the upgrades for it. And it is sitting in my basement in a container, half started. All the hardware is populated on the main amplifier plate, but nothing is soldered.
Yeah. I am so at Maker Faire at the Osh Park Bring a Hack party. I ran into met a guy named Ron Kwan, who Kenneth was nice enough to help me get hooked up with after the fact because I didn't get his contact info while I was there. But so I've been doing all kinds of headphone amplifiers. Just go look at my stream. I'm actually listening to you through one right now. But one of the designs I build is not one that I came up with, but it's a hybrid tube amplifier. So it uses a 12AU7 for the voltage gain, and it follows it with an IRF 510 to make the voltage a low impedance voltage, so it'll supply the current. It's a great little design, and it works well, and it's easy. It's low voltage. You only have 12 volts on the plate, so you're not going to kill yourself building this thing. It's a great little design. But it still has that FET in there. And the FET is going to not flavor the sound, right? So it's not a bad thing. It's not going to destroy the tube sound or any crap like that. I mean, you still get the nice sounding tube out of it. But I really kind of would love to have an all-tube headphone amplifier. And Ron introduced me to a series of tubes called space charge tubes, which were originally designed for use in automobiles back in the 50s. And so it is a power tube that is designed to work with a low plate voltage, like less than 30 volts, designed to run directly off of the 12-volt batteries.
Yep, go ahead.
So the 12K5 and the 12DS7. The 12DS7 are the tubes that he was using, and the 12K5, after doing some Google research, seems to be kind of the more common one, the kind of the more typical one. Powered, it's a tetrode, so four components: the plate, the cathode, and then 2 grids.
Yep.
And you use it like a triode, and you just tie the first grid, the one that's closest to the cathode, to your plate voltage, and it being so close to the cathode but still being a grid, it provides that positive charge very close to the cathode, which will accelerate the electrons, but still being a grid, it's going to miss most of those electrons. And so basically it's just a way of getting that cloud of electrons from around your cathode and getting them moving toward the plate. And then the plate's high voltage will actually pick them up from there. And so it's a way of increasing the amount of the number of electrons, the amount of current flowing through the tube, even though you've got a low plate voltage.
Yes.
And so I bought a bunch of, well, I've got 6 so far, 12 DS7s, and I'm actually going to start looking at some 12K5s as well, because they seem to be kind of interchangeable. And I'm going to be working on a headphone amp design on those, because, again, I need yet another project.
So what's interesting about my Bubblehead Sex amp, which is the single-ended experimenters, it's the same concept for the 6DN7s and the 6SN7s, which is what they're sourcing now. And you can either build it as a hi-fi amp or a headphone amplifier. It's a single-ended design, so you basically have the pre and the power all in one tube, and then there are custom output autoformers. So it's good. It's good stuff.
Yeah. So most of the designs I found for the 12K5s and the 12DS7s, excuse me, involve output transformers, but Ron's did not, and that is something that I really want to.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I have emailed Ron asking him what kind of a plate resistor did he use on that, because you're going to be losing a lot of your power to that plate resistor, and he just used a high value DC blocking cap, at the plate, between the plate and the resistor, off into the headphones. And I can't imagine how he's getting any sort of efficiency out of that. And so I'm asking him some questions about like what value plate resistor is he using, that kind of thing. But I'm very intrigued by this.
Well, cool. Yeah. There's a oh my Lord, I don't remember who. It's been so long. I mean, this was 2004 that I was looking at this stuff. 2003. There was a very famous monoblock headphone amplifier that based on the similar series of tubes, and it used an output transformer that was still widely available, made by Hammond. And you could build the whole thing for under $100.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely get the hell. Oh, you can definitely get output transformers still, but I was intrigued by Ron's design that did not use. Come on, Smitty, pay attention. That did not use output transformers. I want to see how he did that, because that's just a big, heavy block of iron that if you don't need.
Yeah, then you should avoid it.
Yeah. But I suspect his is going to be a heck of a lot less efficient because of it, though.
Yes. Oh. Heavy printer is heavy.
One grid, then screen, then anode. Oh, so Kenneth is correcting me that there's a grid and a screen. Blah, 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 whatever.
Let's see. David says, okay, I'll look. He asked about what was the power module we were talking about. I said, I think I already have that worked out, but it's not in a single box at the moment. I would like to make a box with my 817, the battery and stuff to make it all self-contained. Okay. Just spread out of this panel and turn on the switch, and of course, connect to the antenna. So mine is literally just a power module. There's no radio in the box. This is like I said, it's more of a solar generator. I was fortunate enough in my life to pick up 2 power film 120 watt foldable panels. I have a 40 amp hour lithium iron phosphate prismatic 4-cell prismatic battery with top balancing modules on each cell. I use a Genasun charge controller, and the reason that I picked them is, first of all, they will do custom voltages for lithium chemistries. Second of all, actually the first reason was because they're RF quiet. The guy who designed these charge controllers actually is a ham. His primary customers in the beginning were, if you've ever seen those orange trailers that your Department of Transportation wheels out that have a solar panel and like a roadwork sign. So yeah, good stuff. Still in production. The custom voltage didn't used to be important, but it is now, because I've really, for package batteries, I've started using batteries by a company called Bioenno. And I like them because I met them at Dayton last year. I said, send me one of your batteries. I want to do a test on it to see how it performs. Because the closest other major product was the former A123 Systems, and now NEC makes lithium iron phosphate modules. And for the price, 99 bucks for an 8 amp hour battery, you should. I have a test video on this that I run it through a lot of paces and charge or discharge conditions, and I'm very happy with the quality. Oh yeah, great bats. The only thing that sucks about them is they need, because of the circuitry that they're using inside, the cutoff voltage is 14.6 volts, whereas most lithium iron phosphate, just native batteries, are 14.2 or 14.6, or sorry, 14.4. So my charge controllers, I'm starting to build in a little ammo can, a box that I can use to recharge drone batteries as well. But I'm going to have my charge controllers programmed, which was nice. They said, send it back, give us 50 bucks, and we'll change the voltage for you. At least that was an option. I begged them to, send me the firmware, or, I mean, there are JTAG headers on the damn board. So, okay. But yeah, most of the stuff on my YouTube channel has been around solar operating. I'm going to start a YouTube channel called The Crappy Woodworker, except it won't be The Crappy Woodworker. Like, seriously, my videos on woodworking are more about what I've learned not to do.
That's just as important a lot of the times.
Yeah, sometimes more important.
Yeah. Whoops. Hey. So I have to warn you that I've got some family showing up here in just a few minutes that I'm going to be taking a break to go say hi to them. They're just stopping to use the restroom on their way through town.
That's fine. I got to warn you that I'm going to still be standing here trying to put together this stupid printer. It's not stupid. Not stupid. Actually, now there's wiring involved. Step 30. If I complete this, I will be a third of the way done with the build. Yeah, the other amplifier, did you ever build a chip amp?
No, because I am a headphones guy. I do not really do speakers.
Oh. I have, so, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I've seen the chip amp and been really impressed with it as an idea and as a concept, as a project that is super easy to do and super achievable and attainable.
The funny thing about this is, talking about unfinished projects, I've forgotten that I had started a chip amp design, and I had gotten so far as hand building the rectifier and getting the transformer working, so I had my 28 volts output or whatever it was. And last time I was at my parents', I was going through some of my old boxes, and I found all the components, like all of the output capacitors and all the mounting hardware and everything, and the power supply. Everything I needed, except for the time to put it together. When my biological father died, this is what his house looked like. I swear to you, there were 45 started and unfinished projects laying everywhere.
Oh yeah, no, it's not just you and your biological father. I've got it here too.
Yeah, but we're not dead.
Neither were they when they built up their collections.
Yeah, and just so you know, don't feel awkward. He was a piece of trash. My dad is my stepdad. That's why I qualify him as biological.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough.
Wires.
Okay, Pro Micro, be gone with you.
That heat sink is huge. That's no heat sink.
That's a space station.
Huh. Michael, I don't
All right.
think you're watching anymore, but yeah, I just found the spare parts bag. Thank you, Ultibots. It has spares for everything except for the thing that I needed spares for.
Well, that's good. Okay. I am going to take a break because the next step up for me is to create a teensy in the library editor, which is going to take some time. And I kind of want to take a stretch and maybe go get something to nibble on before my sister and brother-in-law show up. So I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to let the stream continue going, but I'll be back in a bit.
Can they see me?
Can my sister and brother-in-law?
No, your audience.
Yeah, they've been able to see you the whole time, except for the fact that you've got a
bag of
what
parts.
looks like, yeah, you have a bag of something on the screen right now.
Yeah, because I'm showing the step 30.
Yeah.
All right, go enjoy your pee break.
But yes, the people on my stream will be able to see and hear you.
Good.
All right, I'll be back.
Locate the end stop hardware bag from box C. Check. There are 3 pairs of red-black wires with connectors at each end. One end has a black connector that holds the pair together. Uncoil the wires from this end. I'm not sure what that means. Thread the black connector into the slot and down and out the bottom of the X tower as shown in the picture. Why only the black wire? This doesn't make sense. Okay. And folks on Smitty's stream, David has posted bunches of stuff. That's the bat I have too. I haven't checked the output volts on mine, but I will add a booster circuit in line if it needs to get to a constant 15 volts. It's not 15. The top off, the constant voltage for bioenno batteries is 14.6. I mean, remember lithium. Actually, I'm sure you know this. And for folks who care, the charging algorithm for lithium chemistry batteries is stupid simple. It's constant current to a point, and then it slowly transitions to constant voltage. The circuitry they use is why they need to go 14.6. I've not tried putting it on the other way. Like, I've not tried putting it on something that I already have. I've charged their batteries off standard bench power supplies. But yeah, they're good stuff. They have all the protection circuitry in them. Although when Mark gets back, David, I'm going to have him tell you the story of what happened the first time he put his bioenno battery on a power supply. Let's just say the thing started drawing. Well, I'll let him tell it.
Who, me?
Yes. David also has a bioenno battery, and I told him when you got back that I would ask you to tell the story of what happened the first time you plugged your bioenno battery into a power supply.
If you're just trying to float it off a power supply, they do not do charge current limiting in the battery itself. So the first time the battery was, here, let me stop screen sharing so people on your stream can actually see me. Stand by. All the switching. You are screen sharing. Well, turn off that screen share then. There we go. It's me now. So the first time, if the battery is at all discharged, it will try and charge. And unfortunately, it charges as quickly as it can. So it does not limit the charge current in the battery itself. So I had my battery hooked up to my power supply. It was charged when I hooked it up, so it didn't draw a whole lot of current. We lost power. And by lost power, I mean I flipped the switch on the power supply to test it. And I ran everything off of the battery for a while, and it was running great. And then I went ahead and turned on my power supply again, and it jumped up from about normally 2 to 3 amps constant current with all the stuff I have on it to about 25 to 28 amps. And so it was trying to charge at about 25 amps. And it did that for a minute or two, and it was, slowly dropping over the next couple of minutes until it dropped down to a reasonable charge current. But Bioenno says that the charge current on these things should be about 4 amps.
Yeah, so if your battery is, I think, 12 amp hours and above, you can do 4 amps according to them. But actually,
mine's a 20.
Okay, yeah, so again, 4 amps. But this is how Smitty and I met. This is the first time that you ever sent me a message. You're like, hey, I hooked it up to a power supply. You drew 20 amps. Is that supposed to happen?
Yeah, pretty much. Because I had listened to your stream, or not your stream, your episode on 360 Workbench about the batteries and whatnot, and I was trying to hook up. I wanted to have a battery as a backup for all of the 12-volt gear in my office. Excuse me, and I just wanted it to be, always being charged by the 12-volt supply in here, and floating it would be a great way of doing it, except for the fact that it doesn't limit the charge current. And so that's what sent me down the path of trying to design a battery charger where the current limiting sensor is not on the output of the power supply. I wanted to be able to design a power supply where the current limiting sensor, I can put it on the terminal of the battery and let the power supply charge both the battery and supply energy to the load, right? So if my load is drawing 5 amps, say again?
Thereby treating the battery as nothing more than a load in the circuit.
As treating the battery as a load in the circuit, but it will adjust the output voltage of the supply so that load gets no more than the 10 amps or the 4 amps that it needs to charge. But since it is the 4 amps for the battery plus the, let's say, 5 amps for the rest of my radios and my Raspberry Pis and all that crap, the power supply will actually put out 9 amps because the battery is getting its full 4 plus the 5 of the constant current, the constant supply. So that is another project that's in the back of my head that I have not started down the path of, and I don't plan on doing that one anytime soon. I've got other things working. I got other things I'm working on.
Well, we've had some good thought work on it.
Oh yeah, it'll be a someday project. But actually, I came back because I wanted to let you know that I am going to stop my stream. I haven't had lunch yet, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. And I'm realizing how hungry I am. So I'm going to take a good break and get some food in me. I probably will not be getting started again on my stream tonight. I'm probably just going to take the rest of the day off from this. And having said that, I am going on a business trip tomorrow. I head up to Seattle tomorrow. So I will be in a hotel room with nothing to do in the evenings, which means I may be continuing to work on this from my hotel room, which I will stream.
Where's your hotel?
In Seattle.
No, duh. Where? I was gonna recommend an awesome place to go get coffee and cupcakes.
Well, I can't do the cupcakes, and I've got plenty of coffee sources.
That aren't Starbucks?
That aren't Starbucks, yes.
Okay. Is Stumptown one of them?
Stumptown, I can't remember if I've been to Stumptown. So I'm in the South Lake Union area.
Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was going to have you go up to an awesome place in Ballard, but if you don't want the best coffee available in Seattle, which is made in Portland, so there is not a Stumptown that I know of in Seattle, but there are places that still serve Stumptown coffee, and it is amazeballs.
So there is a barbecue place in Portland called Stumptown, which is the place that put me on to pork ribs. Before their pork ribs, I had never had pork ribs that were worth eating.
I wonder if there's actually a city called Stumptown or if that's like a neighborhood.
No, I think it's a nickname for Seattle or for Portland.
Well, you have a safe journey, my friend. We will. I will. I'll finish coordinating with you about the podcast.
Okay.
And we'll see you when we see you.
Sounds good. I think we're going to be looking at Saturday morning, right?
Yes, and we'll figure out the deets. If anybody is on Smitty's stream that wants to follow along on the 3D printer build, just search YouTube for KF7IJZ, and yeah.
Yeah, go watch. Finish watching Jeremy. He's doing some good work there. We're going to need to rely on Kenneth to do the heckling though, because I'm going to take the rest of the day off here.
All right, take care, buddy.
All right, man. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching me. You know who I am, Smitty Halibut, SmittyHalibut. Hit me up on Twitter. Tell me what you guys are doing. Tell me about your projects. and keep things going there. And yeah, until next time, be good humans. All right. Cheers.
Cheers. All right, David, you say, you guys do realize that there is a box that already does what you were talking about. Of what are you speaking? Which thing?
He's talking about the battery charger. So I've stopped my stream, but I'm still on Hangouts here for just a little bit longer. My sister and brother-in-law literally just pulled up, so I need to get moving. But yeah, he was talking about the battery charger. David, I will want you to give me some more information on that. If you can provide a link. I am looking. I know there are battery chargers, but I haven't found anything that will charge a battery to a fixed current and supply additional power to a load so that the remote current sense is separate from the output supply. If you can provide a link to that, that'd be fantastic. Can I ask you to send that to me, Smitty Halibut, on Twitter, because I need to get moving. My sister and brother-in-law just pulled up. But I would love to see that. So anyway, I will see you later. Thank you, Jeremy, for letting me hang out with you guys, and we'll chat later.
Thanks, bud. Take care.
Cheers, mate.
All right, I am looking at end-stop wiring because I think these two steps would have made sense to do kind of together. Ugh. I just realized this is actually a kind of neat little function here. Insert the cover about 1 inch. Yep, okay. This is super cool. All right. Ah! Almost ripped my headphones off. I'm now positive that I'm outside of the view of this thing. Let me adjust the camera. Actually, I guess I don't need my headphones anymore since I don't have anyone to talk to. Yeah, you hear me. If anybody would like to, yeah, I don't know how to let people. No, I don't. Let me see. I should still be streaming. Let me see if I have the ability to. I don't have a way. Well, maybe I do. Hold on. All right, you guys should still be able to see me, and I think, I mean, I can't prove this, but I may have just made it so you can post links. I am back in the chat. The chat is behind. David, why don't you try to post a link, see if it works. Am I muted? I'm not muted. I don't, that shouldn't matter, but anyway, yeah, David, try to post a link now. There was a spam filter or something. So these little black plastic channels came with this thing, and basically you can seal the wires of the end stop switch inside this, which is a pretty cool idea. It's just neat. It's they're tiny. I don't think this is gonna be as easy as I hope, though. I'm doing it the hard way. Which, if anybody knows me in real life, that shouldn't be a total shock to anybody. There we go. Maybe. Now here's the hard part, is actually getting these things threaded in. Flint Hills are, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of products that do, the more that I hear Smitty talk about what he's after, I don't think, because what he's basically trying to do is have the output of the power supply be constant voltage, constant current in one mode, and just constant voltage, maybe you could say constant power in another. Why is that twisting? It's twisting and I don't like it. So I don't know. As far as other products from companies like Goal Zero, and there's a ton of battery boxes. I used to do a little bit of work, may not be quite the right word, but I used to work with some of the guys at Goal Zero, and so I have a bunch of their stuff from the last couple generations. So that says, let's put it 2 inches below. I wonder if you end up cutting that. I bet you end up cutting that. It's sliding, which I don't like. Yep, and the whole thing just fell out. Oh, duh, because I don't have it on a tabletop. My fault. And I don't have it on a tabletop because I needed the ability to dangle the cord out of the bottom. So we've done that now. There we go. All right, what are people saying? The issue is he wants the charger to compensate for load burn, which is super involved. Yep. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying, but with far more words. And again, it's not just that, right? I mean, your average load, you want a, constant voltage source. The problem is that's not how these batteries work. And depending on the efficiency of it's almost like he has to run a power supply off a power supply. What I find interesting is when I interviewed Bioenno at Dayton, Kevin was very clear, I guess. He kept correcting a lot of, I call it, tell us about the charger. And he'd be like, well, it's not a charger, it's a power supply. And I mean, and it is. It's basically a little laptop style power supply with the ends cut off to alligator clamps. I mean, it's cool. But yeah, I love their products. I think they are good stuff. I was very happy with the fact that they were willing to let me test their stuff. And I told them, I said, if I try this and it sucks, I'm going to be very public and honest about it. So they took the Pepsi challenge and passed. Ooh, 9 people. Hello, folks who have just joined us. Jeremy KF79JZ from the Ham Radio 360 Workbench podcast. I have been here since 12:30 Eastern, assembling my brand new Ultibots D300VS Delta style 3D printer. Had several friends along for the ride, which I greatly appreciate, and several new friends. If you are inclined for building and want a really high quality 3D printing kit, this is definitely one of the 2 that I would recommend out the gate. Both of which, well, for one's a kit for $1,000. The other, by the time you pay for shipping from the Czech Republic for an assembled model, it is also about $1,000. But you won't be disappointed. There's a Facebook group. Check out all the material online available for this printer. It is phenomenal. you could put the main load in parallel with the battery. The battery charger would charge the battery, but because it's in parallel, the rest of the load would be supplied as well. Well, I was thinking of using the battery charger as a load on the first supply. Yeah, and the funny thing is what he's trying to do is not that hard. He wants to keep a battery charged and isolated from the rest of the car. The last time we talked about it, I thought this was fairly simple. Maybe it's gotten more complicated since then. I mean, is that what happens when you guys go to Maker Faire? All right, I've got 2 of the end stop leads plumbed. And the last one. Now I am going to tell you guys that basically, that did not do what I wanted it to. I don't know if I'll, yeah. So once I get through step 31, which will put me over the 1/3 way mark, I am going to take an extended break. I will stop the stream because apparently there's an 8-hour limit on these things. But I'm going to stop the stream, run out and run an errand, probably make sure we have milk in the house before my family gets home. So I'm going to run and do that, just take a break, give my mind a rest, although this has been incredible spending time with you guys today. Nope. Just snapping this in, and voila. Okay. Oh. All right, so for the 9 folks who've been watching, I want to sincerely thank you for tuning in. Like I said, I am going to take an extended break, probably, I don't know, got to call the wife and see where they are on the timetable. Rickshaw Jack, it'd be nice to Finn. Trust me, he is a very well cared for dog. He's the sweetest dog in the world. He just only has 2 rocks floating around in his head. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to kill the stream. I will probably be back, but I might not be. Before I go, let me just make sure. Thread the black connector to the slot out the bottom. Yep. You know, pull the end stop wires out the bottom of the tower extrusion until the other end are about 40 millimeters shorter than the tower length as shown in the photo. Insert one of the plastic T-slot covers you removed. Continue installing T-slot cover. Oh, I was not supposed to put the cover in the Z. Okay, there's math involved. This is so step 31. I made it to step 31, which I need to go back and reread. So for those of you, follow me on Twitter at KF7IJZ, my call sign. Check out our podcast if you're not aware of it. Hamradio360.com is where you will find that. Where George, KJ6VU, my partner, and I do the bi-weekly Workbench podcast. And of course, we have the flagship Ham Radio 360 show. So check that out. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. I will probably be back, but if not, look for standard places to find out about this. David, if you would send me your contact information, because I don't know if I follow you on Twitter, if you even do Twitter. Send me an email to kf7ijz or kf7ijz@gmail.com. For the person number 10 who just joined, I'm sorry, I'm getting ready to cut the stream. I may be back later. Just wait for it. But until then, I want to sincerely thank everybody and have a wonderful day. Peace out. I need to come up with a better way of saying goodbye. Stay soldering. No. Yeah, later.